Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, June the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Excellent. Thank you very much, Javi. All right, guys. You know what? I'm not really finding too much this morning. I mean, we've got a couple of little bios maybe to keep an eye on, but I'm really not feeling it this morning, to be honest. Nothing is really standing out. I mean, obviously, the MREO and the KZIA, a couple to keep an eye on. I'm not going to go over every single China stock. If you look at my pre-market actives up, whoops, a moment here. If you look at my pre-market actives up, most of them are China, QDDDL, LI, LI, PDD, JD, BABA, et cetera, et cetera. Most of them are all China stocks. So if you look at KWeb, it's up a lot. But here are the top two right here in terms of the bios, MREO and KZIA. MREO, I guess the rumor is that AstraZeneca, AZN, is looking at them. So take a look at MREO. And yes, of note, there are tons of shares available, 3 million at Interactive Brokers for our shorting possibility. $1.49 is the 200-day moving average. So, it's getting a little bit close. All that you can just see on that weekly chart, lots of activity right around that price. So remains to be seen if it's going to get any higher than this. And then now Revlon, my goodness, Revlon. So the other one up is this is up on news that there is an Indian company that may be looking to buy them. And so that is REV. Indian conglomerate Reliance eyes bankrupt Revlon. Okay. So that's the news for Revlon. What a move, 72%. And let's see what else. ADXN. Again, I'm not seeing too much action this morning of what I would call very interesting play. It's ADXN though. ADXN. Um, some shorts just became available. I just looked a little while ago. There are 8,000 shares now at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it right now, but it was interesting. I couldn't see any before. Spread is terrible right now, 188, 204. ADXN is down on news that they are terminating their lead program. So this is a bio, so they're terminating their lead program. BLBX is up. Is it still up? Yeah, it's still up, 17. Lots of volume, a ton of volume. I don't see any specific reason for this one being up. Okay. Now I see. So this happened after hours yesterday. So in a Form 4 filing, a director bought 50,000 shares, 55,000 shares of it. Okay, so it's an insider buy at $1.22 a share, $1.22 a share. So I guess that is the reason for BLBX being up. And TBLT. This is an all-time low now. This is not shortable. This is maybe the one I was looking at. Yeah, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. TBLT. Now I'm just seeing the news. They're announcing a pricing, $6 million public offering at $1.90 a share. So $1.90 a share, and that is the TBLT. And just as I was getting set to open the room, another one of these companies doing share buybacks. I had to mention it just because it did pop over a dollar. JUPW, Jupiter Wellness, JUPW. I don't think anything's going to come of it. 16 million in the float, but I guess if it regains a dollar, something could happen, I suppose. And yes, for those of you who don't know, the markets are closed on Monday. So this is interesting. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the afternoon, see if it really dries up. Take a look at KWeb. KWeb, this is the China ETF. So yeah, I'm again, I'm not going to go over all the China stocks. I mean, most of them are up for the day as we speak. Now, the market at this point was looking pretty good, as a pre-market pop, but we're just starting to fade now. I just don't see the market. Yeah, I mean, it's starting to fade now. I'd be very surprised if we are positive today. Yeah, just not very much action, guys, really. I'm looking at my gap ups, my gap downs. Not a lot of action this morning so far. I might as well mention this one, CHPT, just for something to talk about. B. Riley has initiated coverage, put a $20 price target on it. That is CHPT. My feeling is that there's a ton of resistance around that 13 mark. But anyway, and look at this market just selling off, just selling off. Yeah, I mean, I don't see, can we really see, well, if you just want a short KWEV, I mean, there goes. Instead of picking a China stock, you want to just maybe short KWEB, and that'll cover them all. Just looking to see if anything else is starting to show up. Like, so something like I don't want to really look at the NIOs and the CCLs. And I mean, I see they're up, but they're just looking for something that is really kind of trading on its own, not tied to the industry. Obviously, like the MREO, should have shorted it. The KZIA, if it gets going. KZIA could be interesting because if you look at the daily chart, the next high, I believe, looking left is up here at 7. It did, in fact, now this could be the the bit of the magnet that traders look for. Got as high as almost $8 in the pre-market. I don't know how long that was. If I'm looking at a 2-minute chart, it actually closed up here at 732. So there was plenty of opportunity. I wish I'd seen this one. This would what an awesome short that was. Even if you just waited for that 2-minute candle to close, 732 all the way down to 6. So again, I have my doubts that now look at this market. This is really starting to sell off now. Hmm. All right, it's almost 9:10. I'm just waiting for briefing.com to give me the upgrades and downgrades this morning. All right, and our some of our flyers from the last couple of days, SIDU really giving it up now. ADN doesn't look that good now. Red box all over the place. The only thing I notice about red box now, RDBX, is that the big red dot is gone at Interactive Broker. So they will attempt to find shares for you. Not that I'm looking to short them, but the red dot meaning don't even ask us to try to find shares for you. Okay, here we go. Here are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Actually, kind of a similar list in terms of length. Take a look at UTZ, excuse me, UTZ. Just when I finish this, Goldman has given them an upgrade for some reason. Okay, there are some of the upgrades. I want to take a look at this at UTZ, see if there's anything happening with it. Yeah, a little bit of a move. I mean, 4,000 shares, up 8%. So Goldman has put an upgrade on this one with a buy target of $16. So not that much more. You got to be more aggressive. Make it 50 or 60. Anyway, Goldman has put an up. I don't know if they're initiating coverage. No, I guess they were covering it before, but now they've gone from raising it to buy from neutral with a $16 price target. So that is UTZ. Again, if you're new, don't think, oh, well, I may as well buy it. It's only 13.40. It's going to go to 16. No, it's just that's an opinion, of course, not mine. Getting the downgrades in now. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Again, I don't see any multiple downgrades or upgrades. Buy continues to sink here. Yeah, normally about this time, I start to get some more in the actives, either up or down, just nothing really happening. Some little something starts to bloom but nothing. That's the KZIA. I mean, look, if I'll put an alert here around 674. I know that's about 40 cents away for KZIA. Takes out the highs right there. Who knows? Maybe if it takes that out, it can have a shot at that 8 level later on. But I don't have a lot of enthusiasm for it right now. Of course, it is a low float, 9.6 million in the float. Market continues to sell off here. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if we actually open negative. Yeah, let's take a look at AERC if it's doing anything crazy. Not yet, anyway. Yeah, guys, I mean, okay, how about blue? Blue is kind of popping up here. Yeah, blue, which got hammered. Blue is making a little, oh, I mean, I'm grasping here, guys. It's up 15 cents. But I guess when I saw it, it was up to 330, 339. So, well, this would have been pretty darn good, the TBLT, had I had some shorts available, but just no shorts available. TBLT, I don't see any specific. Oh, that's right. They did the financing, right? 195. Yeah, what, $1.90 a share, so it's below the financing price, TBLT. So that's the reason for this slap down. BLBX is starting to fade. This one is not shortable for me. Hey, a green bar in the SPY. Maybe we won't open negatively. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. Going to go to our toolbar, click on new, and then dock channel bar, and then U, and then U. Sector status. So what you were looking at right now, these are the major sectors. So here's energy as an example. XLE is the major ETF for energy. These percentages, what they refer to, and so when it says 90% in red, that means that the stocks that make up XLE, these stocks right here, 90% of them are down from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that number refers to. So you look at technology, and, as we speak, 83% of them are above yesterday's close. Communications, 80%, etc. So, I mean, as we speak, and I mean, this can, change very, very quickly. But right now, of course, with the market being, well, it is positive. 70% of the sectors are up. So if I can remember, I'll take a look at this at about 10 o'clock to see and do the difference. So instead of, excuse me, sorting on the change from the close, we sort on the change from the open, and that might give us a very, very different look. Yeah, Slava, I really don't know. I really don't know if it's usually bearish or I really don't know. I don't really follow it that closely. A lot of the stuff that we do here, they kind of fly under the radar. Well, okay, this IDU has never been shortable for me. All right, well, it doesn't look good for KZIA. Looks like it is just starting to fade badly. I'm probably looking, I mean, the only thing I'm really looking at now is a potential short for MREO. I mean, it's getting closer to the 200-day moving average. It's about 24 cents away, 25 cents away from the 200-day moving average. And this is up on AstraZeneca rumors, maybe that they're looking to buy them. So that is MREO. So this is the news. I don't understand what you mean by that. Russia has restricted gas, claiming it needs a part from Canada. What does that mean? And doggone it, Revlon. Does Trade have a daily watch list? Well, I suppose, I mean, I've got a daily watch list, I suppose, but if you're talking about, I mean, and I don't know how many are going to be in, but Nathaniel, if you take a look at go to our chat, go to the toolbar, click on new and then dock channel bar, and then the Trader Eye, TI Trader Eye, that is something that the other guys do, and they put stocks in here. I don't see anything in here yet. And, they're generally only for the long side. So pretty tough right now to have anything on the long side. And then of course we have the AI, which you can call that a watch list. Hmm. So if there's any specific news on blue? No, yesterday William Blair maintains a hold rating. Other than that, I don't see any specific news on blue. Oh, I see. Okay, William. Oh, needs a part from Canada. I see. Now I understand. Now I understand. Thank you. Didn't even see Adobe. Wow. Look at this. Yeah. I don't trade this price of stock, but yeah, earnings after hours yesterday, and obviously nothing exciting. How's that K-Web doing? With the market popping a little bit, did K-Web move up? Yeah, so K-Web and the market are moving kind of the same. At least the SPY and K-Web. Yeah, just trust me, bro. So tired of hearing bro. Everybody's a bro. All right. Well, MREO, maybe too late. I mean, that was a nice little pop up to 133, 149 is a 200-day moving average. Again, this is really all I'm kind of watching right now to see if it turns into a. It's pretty cheap though. I really don't like shorting these really cheap ones, but I guess if it can have any sort of a rally into the 200-day and then stall there, I mean that's about all I'm going to be watching right now. And of course, I can almost guarantee I won't be doing anything in the first 15 minutes, though. Let things. I'm going to say let things settle down, but they're pretty settled right now. There's just not a lot of activity that I'm seeing. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, that was short-lived. That was a short-lived green candle on the SPY. Well, we have what? A little over a minute and a half, and it remained positive, just barely positive on the open. Not that it matters, but we've had a almost an hour sell-off, guys. These are all 15-minute candles on the SPY right there. So we've had just about an hour sell-off. And we now have 1 minute to the open. So, well, let's try to have a great end to this trading week, everybody. And remember, Monday is a holiday, market holiday. I did beat you. Oh yeah, Jose, I'm not stepping in. I always have to wait to see how it's trading. To me, it's that 200-day moving average, which is the key right now. EDU is still pretty strong here. EDU is still pretty strong, putting a little bit of a move here. Of course, this has been had a just a tremendous, well, 2.5 months, tremendous, coming off 125. All right, we are now open. Let's see what's happening here. And we have our first halt of the day. AQ, okay, got AQ. AKUS, guys, low float, 19 million in the float. Didn't have any action really in the pre-market. AKUS just got halted. The volume is very light right now. That's why it wasn't showing up on my pre-market. However, look at this. Look at this potential open, 370, 370. So it's halted at 356 and the potential open 370, potential. So something's happening with this AKUS. All right, guys. So, okay, here's RCL Royal Caribbean showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Way too early for me to even attempt it though. Look at, okay, guys, the market, a little bit of a green bar to start the day. Dow is down a little, Nas is up a little, SPY is up a little. So, wow, this is going to be an interesting open for this AKUS, guys. 385 now. It said 370 before. Of course, this is not written in stone or anything like that, but this is going to be interesting. AKUS, it's a low float, 19 million in the float. Didn't see this again. I didn't see this in the pre-market at all. All right, MREO, guys. MREO getting closer to that 200-day moving average. 149. AERC, difficult trader, but moving. AERC, a lot of volume coming in. No, I'm not in it. No, I'm waiting. I rarely take a trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay, so I'm just waiting to see what it does at that 200-day moving average. But don't listen to me. I mean, I know you're thinking that it could go to 5. I know that's what quote unquote traders are circulating, but uh, okay, Don. Don's having a big pop here. Another difficult trader, in my opinion. You know what? The 200-day moving average is starting to move down a little bit. I think it was up a little higher than this. So 1568 now is the 200-day moving average for DAWN. This is going to be, yeah, it's starting to fade a little bit here on the potential open, but the 371, there goes, I'm not in it. I mean, that obviously, if I'd taken it right off the bat, that would have been awesome, but just can't do it. Anyway, the RCL, look at the market. Hey, look at this little pop here, guys. Little big green opening green bar, big wide one so far. RCL 3483. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that said 33. I thought it was a, yeah. So that's why I don't like taking these early, anything really early. Here's one that was very active yesterday. RYTM, very active yesterday. My issue with it is that it's probably got a lot of resistance. The high yesterday was 423. And then when you look left, you have 436. So I've got all this to get through. I mean, obviously, if I can get through that, because that was last week. Yeah, 436 and 429. So, I mean, if it can somehow get through 436, and I'm talking RYTM, then the next high looking left is Yeah, 650 for RYTM, and that is on a weekly chart. So, I guess there's some. I'm going to stick an alert up here. And again, guys, when I say I'm going to put an alert, if it at 437, doesn't mean if it hits that alert price, I'm going to take the trade immediately. It just means I want to know if it does, because then I can really start watching it. And just speaking about RYTM, here we go. RYTM, guys, RYTM on the move. Very bullish of it. Well, there it goes. Well, there it goes, guys. RYTM. Let's see if it can pause just a little bit here. Markets are closed on Monday, yes. RYTM is definitely on the move here. Now, some may take that. I didn't take it. Again, it's just for me, it's just too early. So, but if you took it, based on what I was saying, that little break there, you're obviously doing okay. All right, what I would do here on the AKUS, just in case it takes out the halt price, the first halt price, which was 357. It's the only way. It's a terrible spread. Terrible spread. Okay, LFST. Have no idea what. Oh, look at all these. I got a little housekeeping here. All these triggers. Yeah, there's no interest in this whatsoever. AKUS, it came out of the halt. A lot of times, you'll get some interest. When I say interest, there's no volume. I think it was halted at 24,000 shares, and there's only another 4,000 have traded. So, Vera on the move here. Vera, no volume. Sorry, guys, no volume. Look at the market. Wow, that's a that's a pretty darn impressive opening candle so far. It's basically wiping out that hour, that straight hour down that started at 8:30 and right to the market open. That's pretty impressive. Whoa, look at blue, guys. Yeah, look at blue on the move here. So we talked about this in the pre-market, but boy, this is a nice pop for blue. Again, who can't remember, William Blair. Okay, maintained the buy rating on them. 331, 364. So 438 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. And it just got halted. Blue just got halted on the way up. Look at Kroger. Kroger had earnings yesterday. KR had earnings yesterday. Look at this. Look at this candle coming down. I mean, it's just the reverse of the SPY. Kroger, KR. And it's through the 247. Yeah, it's through the 200-day moving average now. It was right at the 200-day moving average, 47.67, 47.60. So it's right at that 200-day moving average. The next low looking left on the monthly is 46.79. Good volume too. I mean, 6 times normal right now. This is probably the biggest 15-minute candle we've seen in weeks for the SPY. Another one that was halted is top. It's a very strange one, this AKUS on the halt, and then it resumed and just absolutely no interest. Just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, AERC again, super active, AERC, super active. I guess I really should put an alert around 20 just to see if it takes out 20 again today sometime, AERC. Okay, so that was the first 15-minute candle. It basically wiped out that previous hour. Now, here's the key. Can the next candle be not a big red one? That's the key. Oh, RYTM is just, yeah, on a mission here now. This is really interesting because now the next high is 650. Well, for you AMC followers, there's a big pop for AMC, sort of mirroring the SPY action. Okay, so this is a China stock. How is KWeb doing? Just as the market was, when the market was doing this red, this was doing, actually, that's the first 15-minute candle. So, yeah, so KWeb is not strong. Right now, the KWeb to me is not really strong. Okay, go to, too bad. It's the 200-day moving average is right there. China education stock, go to, but the problem is that 200-day moving average is right there. 219, it's at 212 right now. This one is still active, this PEI. Okay, Revlon's trying to have a bounce here now after it had a sell-off. I mean, still big, it's still very, very positive, 61% on rumors that an Indian conglomerate is going to be taking a look at them. I think they're called Reliant or Reliance, taking a look at them as in buying them. Yeah, this Core Z, I just wish all this weren't here. CORZ, looks like there's too much resistance right around the 250 mark. All right, well, ADN is trying to come back a bit here, guys. ADN, this is turning into a bit of a gap down and reverse. Kroger is still weak. KR weakening, weakening, weakening. Now leaving 47.67. That is the 200-day moving average. Meanwhile, RYTM, I think it just made a new high. All right, keep an eye on up. Up is up. Up is up. This is the one that Goldman initiated coverage 2 days ago and put a $5 price target on them. So UP is making a little bit of a move here. All right. Well, hey, listen, the second 15-minute candle on the SPY is green. So far, it's green, green and growing. Another gap down and reverse. Very difficult trader, RDBX. Take a look at the 15-minute chart. Look at the topping tails. Look at the bottoming tails. Very, very, in my opinion, very difficult to trade. Intraday, anyway. Oh, Revlon, definitely. I mean, here's the high in the pre-market, 368. REV. Well, I guess RYTM is the star so far of the day. RYTM, once it took out that 430 mark. 436, that was the key level. Open, what are you doing? Open is now 530 is the next high looking left for Open. Open Door Technologies, OPEN. All I'm doing, I'm just following these ones that are winning races here. That's all I'm doing. Boy, I mean, here's another one, guys. Look at the B Bio. B Bio, you can kind of see if it takes out 735, it's about a dime away from that. It's got a shot. I mean, there's 772 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Well, happy days. Look at this. I mean, I don't think I would never ever have predicted this move in the SPY after that hour of straight down. And now we've got another green candle for a while. Maybe the selling is pausing anyway. Yeah, SIDU is, I'm seeing this one here. I have a thumbnail, SIDU. I do see it making a move. Okay, this is a stock that's been beaten up for a bit. PRG is trying to come back. It's a gap down and reverse. Been beaten up. Of course, yesterday the market was beaten up, but it was really beaten up also. This is trying to come back. PRG. I'm loving some of these moves for these small bios, some of the small bios, but I just look at these daily charts and it just looks like there's just too much resistance on the way up. That's the huge difference between RYPM and those stocks. Look at the difference. I mean, look at the gap. When you look at a daily chart, you didn't see all this just hanging above it, right? So you have to look at the weekly chart, and you look at the weekly chart, and there was a ton of room. Whereas some of the other ones I'm seeing just don't have the same look. All right, now here's a bit of an oops here with the market at SPY, big topping tail there, bottoming tail. Just a moment, please. Well, Kroger guys in danger of giving up 47 now. Again, that's that 200-day moving average. It had a mini pop back into it, and then it gave it up again. Kroger. Well, I have an alert set for AERC around that 20 level. Really challenging trader. What was the high yesterday? Got up to 23.20, almost to the high of the previous day, which was 23.70. All right, AERC now over 20. I'm not in it, but just, for those of you who really follow it, AERC just over 20 now, but very extended on the 15-minute chart, very extended. And look at Kroger pop right back up. Kroger pop right back up into the 200-day moving average. Well, let's see if it stalls again. And that's KR. Okay, guys, here we go. We got a red bar forming now. So that was really a doji. That second 15-minute candle was a doji. And uncertain direction. We had a topping tail, a bottoming tail, but now we're getting a red bar. Well, you can see, look at EDU, 2110. So it just broke down through 20, guys, or 21. And the next low looking left is 1825. So this could be an interesting short right here. Okay, Rhythm could not take out 5. RYTM could not take out 5. All right, watching Revlon here, REV. I mean, this could get pretty interesting if it can get over 360 again. What sort of room does it have? 428. So I mean, it's still got some room on a percentage basis if it wants to keep moving, keeps winning these races. Ugly. Look at that AERC now. Man, oh man. What a tough trader. Well, okay, it is coming back. You just can't take too many shares. Otherwise, if you're trading properly, you have to have a stop somewhere if it doesn't work. And that got down to 1966 or sorry, 1984. So, where are you going to put your stop? So be a little wary of your longs right now, especially if you're kind of tracking the market, because now that market's forming a pretty decent red bar. I'm just keeping an eye on Revlon to see if I can get back into the 350s. And that's the RAV. Well, it depends how many shares you took on the AER. I'm just talking in general, of course, but the AERC, I mean, it is moving higher again. but that was a pretty severe pullback underneath 20. Okay, blue is trying to come back a little bit. What did it get to? The high was 4. So blue is trying to come back again, winning this race or trying to win this race anyway, or leading. Yeah, this one, shoot, I was really interested in this one. I just kind of lost sight of it. PRG though, PRG trying to come back. Obviously got a huge, huge potential gap fill. Depending what it looks like, it's more or less trading on its own now. You know that there's a red bar in the SPY, but it's not affecting PRG yet anyway. All right, blue on the move, guys. Blue on the move. Maybe going to challenge that 4 again. We have another halt. CMRA just got halted again. Not again, I'm sorry. Got halted for the first time, and 395, 395. I don't see a big move yet. I can read the symbol. Are you talking about on my screen, Ramp? Are you a subscriber? Okay. Well, you can follow it. So you're talking about just reading it on my screen, right? Because you can load this one. You can have it to right on your screen if you want. It's actually just really here. I mean, I've made a little adjustment, but if you go to the dock channel bar, oh, okay. If you're talking about any screen, I don't have a problem. Okay, I guess I don't have a problem reading it. So maybe it's the size of your monitor. Just give me a moment here. I'm just trying to find a chart. Here it is. I can't zoom my screen anymore, no. But if you're a subscriber, why don't you just take this window? Why don't you just take it? If you're a subscriber, Oh, I see, I see, I see. Right, right. But he's saying it's, well, Ramp, that person is saying that it's hard to read on any screen. So even if he had this one on his own, he's saying it's hard to read the symbols. I do agree, though, maybe there's a different color. Maybe eventually they'll allow, this is green on a black background. I mean, maybe that's the issue. I don't know. Guys, I mean, you know what? All I'm really doing right now is following these races. Unbelievably to me, that's all I'm really doing is, I'm looking at the Revlon and the blue, and these are turning into, I hate to use the term, but kind of little scalp trades. I can see how far they go. Ever, only if they're trading abnormally. They got to be trading abnormally. Abnormally meaning, big, high relative volume. I'll trade anything. Okay, it's just that what I'm looking for though are stocks that are going to have nice percentage moves. Yeah, stocks in play. I'm not a swing trader, so for me to try to trade, yeah. So yeah, the stock has to be in play for me to trade it. Wow, I mean this rev. I don't know what you mean by an exhaustion candle. Look at rev. Yeah, man, oh man. I mean, this is again winning the race. All I can tell you. I'll give you this one. The biggest gainers from the open. This is the race. This is all I'm really looking at now. And here it is. Now, it may not look exactly the same. I know I've got a couple of, for instance, I can't remember what this had, but I mean, I have at least a 200,000 minimum shares. And there's Rev. I mean, when I first saw it, it was around 345, I think, winning the race. So, I mean, that's a great move. 345, 386 now, showing up here. Wow, look at here, even my watch list. 316 is great from the watch list, my watch list. See, CMRA is open. Yes. So the halt was at 394. So it's a little bit above. So it is popping off that halt. The high yesterday was 467. This is the one 3 days ago. Sorry, 3 days ago. One of those low floaters that were halted several times. I think there were about three or four of them. from about 11 o'clock Eastern time on. Now we have another halt, JCSE. What are you doing? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, that resumed. All right, so if I see pattern recognition is difficult, but let's just do a search and hammer. Yeah. So here are 2, 5, 10, 15, 30-minute hammers. Okay, if that's what you're talking about. And these, I've never used them, so I don't know. Maybe somebody in the room uses these. If you are using them, you're finding they're good, bad, indifferent. But I've never used these. Wow, CMRA. I mean, really warming up to this, guys. The last 3 or 4 days, I've been really trying to concentrate on these races. Okay, what is MSRP doing? MSRP, where's the next high looking left? Is 155. See, it's a little too close for me. Yeah, I didn't even want to look. So, okay, so all that nice positive energy in the first 15-minute candle being wiped out now. We do have a little minor disconnect in the market. Okay, we've got the so-called growth stocks are up a bit. The value stocks are down a bit. SPY is up a bit. Wow. Yeah, I don't think we have shooting stars. I really don't know. I freely admit I've never really paid attention to those sort of patterns, but let's see if we don't have anything. Now we do have some pattern recognition here. I'll just take a look but these are daily. Let me just take a look here, adding, and if I go to, what's it called again? Daily, okay? So these are daily candles. So if you can see something here you like, I don't see shooting star. I just think yeah, they're hard to scan for. My goodness, Rev. Well, even just from my watch list, REV 316. I mean, now it's at 390. Okay, so drip is on the way up here. This is an ETF, Bear ETF, oil and gas exploration. All right, rhythm trying to come back a bit here. So just keep it, these races, I mean, I'm not a big bounce player. Now, a lot of the ones that I was seeing in the race were near the high anyway, but these are, interesting to potentially find stocks that have pulled back somewhat and then are getting ready to run again. I don't like that percent very much, but if it said like 3 or 4%, and you've got to be nimble though. I mean, the rev has come right back down. I mean, I'm always wary of a stock trying to break a whole number, especially the cheap ones under $5 to try to take out a whole number. Yeah, look at the KWEB here. I mean, and just with this, look at that market now. Oh man. Well, you got a lot of bounce plays here, Zach, but you first. I mean, and most of them are earning. Well, I shouldn't say earnings. Sorry, I mean oil plays or energy plays. CPE, SM, VET. Um, this is not. This is a China stock, is it? No, Bumble. A lot of earnings. Keep saying that. A lot of energy plays, though. Mm-hmm. Is what we're talking about here. Energy, 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 energy. The only one here is that's not energy is the Bumble. So maybe keep an eye on that one because, I mean, yeah, for those energy stocks to move, the whole sector probably has to move. This can more or less trade on its own. Okay, let's take a look at the sectors now. Different way of looking at it now. We're going to look at the change from the open. And if we can remember what we were seeing, energy was basically, and my guess is that's going to be with what I'm seeing with the energy stocks. Yeah, look at that. 100% of them are down from the open. So when we looked at this about 10 minutes before the market opened, and of course, what we're looking at is a change from the close. For instance, the technology stocks, I think it was about 85% of them were up from the close. Look at this though. Only 46% are up from the open, from the open. And you can just sort of see what's happened with the market. It's faded because most of these, except for oil, except for energy, were quite a bit above yesterday's close when we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened. But now look what's happening, and it makes sense. I mean, the market is doing this. But energy was weak and it's weakening. Give me one that has a lot of room from these races. I'm just waiting for one that has a lot of room. I mean, the AGEN doesn't have a lot of room. Just look at the daily chart. Look how much resistance there is not that far away. Now, does it mean that this is going to absolutely hold it? Of course not. But I want to put all the odds in my favor. Like blue. Now I'm out of blue, but there's a chance. What's the high here is 438. So CMRA could not take out yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was 467. It got fairly close, got up to 449. So, but 18 cents away. I mean, if you've had the wherewithal to stick this one out, I mean, the AERC, it's been the only thing I can say is at least all these candles are green. There's not big one giant red candle, but look at this. Wow, look at this market selling off here. Yikes. Well, I guess it was too much to hope for a green day. All right, everybody. Well, while there's a little break in the action for me, I'm going to go over my watches over my home page. So we do have a promo on right now, 20% off Father's Day promo. KR has been, I agree, PJ. It just has to really take out 47, but it's been kind of choppy. Wow, something's happening with SGen, guys. SGen just got halted. There's got to be some news. Merck eyeing purchase of SGen. So it got halted due to volatility, but I'm just looking here, but there was the headline that just flashed. Okay, this is Interactive Brokers. I doubt if ours has it. Yeah. Interactive Brokers, Wall Street Journal. Take a look at what MRK is doing. Doing much. So SGen getting halted on that. I guess we called it a rumor that Merck is looking at them as a buyout. SGen. All right, so resuming my homepage, sorry, my homepage link. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Meet me. I think they've changed that. Okay, so here's the promo code. Thanks, Dad, 20 for 20% off. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is what you're going to see. So we have And the only software you'll ever need. I agree. Okay, annual monthly premium standard. Now, first of all, before I started all this, I should welcome anybody who's brand new, or if you're this week, you're brand new this week to this trading room. Welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, not next Monday though. Next Monday is a market holiday. Okay, for those of you who don't know, so Monday the markets are closed in the United States, but this is the format, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. So we have four plans here. We have an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. The premium annual would be 2,000 less the 15%. The standard would be 1,000 less the 15%. The big difference is the AI. I'll go over that in a little bit. Not too much action, but this is kind of what it looks like. But I'll go over it in a bit. Now, if you don't know this program very well and you're not sure, don't take out an annual subscription. Take out a monthly. You can start off with a standard or a premium, 228, 118, less the 20%. The discount's only good for the first month. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But if you take out a subscription, let's say you took it out today, if within 30 days you decided, yeah, I wouldn't mind taking it on an annual, we will honor the 20% promo. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, mandatory, you do this. Let's get started. It takes you right from the beginning, the download and installation, your first startup and login, etc. There are 10 videos. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through them. You must do that. I do a stock of the day video at noon. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week. This is a free service. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. You can sign up for it here. All the education that we have, once you've done the Let's Get Started, you can check out the user guide. I would only concentrate on these first four sections to begin with, okay? Don't get overwhelmed by the user guide. You should have already done the Let's Get Started. I'm going to go over the channel bar in a bit, but at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, what are the differences, why you would use one over the other, and if you wanted to create your own scans, it's going to show you how, okay? Afterwards, you can start looking at price alerts and sound alerts, things like that. Here is the racing. You want to learn more about the stock racing? Down here. So daily support. So today is Friday, so it should be Andy in our YouTube room. I take a break at around noon, from noon to 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room, and it should be Andy today. I will confirm that. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. And Chris will be there also, Chris Farley at Trade Ideas. When I shut the main room down at 3:30, he takes over in our YouTube room and he runs 3:30 to 4:30. And that is back to a Monday, Friday. No more Zooming. Daily webinars. So next week, we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation. This past week, we're on the Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all here. And Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this great series together, Back to Basics. If you're new to trading, you should really take a look at this. It starts off with what is a stock? And this is all free, and this is not third party. This is all within Trade Ideas, and it's all free. And if you want my scans, here they are. Okay. You'll hear me talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers. Nothing really shaking on the 10-day daily breakdown today, but a lot of my scans are here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The gap up, gap down, pre-market act is up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. I probably should add this race in here because I'm really going to start concentrating more on the racing. Gap continuation or reverse. You'll hear me talk about that one. So I've got a lot of scans here, and if you're a subscriber, you can take a look at them. So save my link. You've saved my link. Then, of course, you can take a look at my scans anytime. You can look at that education section and you can get that. Let's get started. So save my link and then you can do it all at your leisure. There's the Kroger. Yeah, the Kroger now, KR underneath 47 as a potential short if you're not already short. Still more energy plays coming from Zach's scan. Now, with the market doing what it's doing, that little bottoming tail, I haven't been able to pay attention to them, but my guess is that some of them have bounced. So what is Trade Ideas? Trade Ideas is a scanner. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you on my homepage that I'm sharing a lot of scans. We have a lot of scans up here also. If you click on new from our toolbar and then click on the docked channel bar, you will see we have a lot of scans here. These are all layouts, themed based layouts. So you can take a look at them. If you're looking for a momentum scanner, we have a momentum scanner here in the momentum channel. So for instance, here's XNCR. Now, you might say, well, wait a minute, how can that? These are all real-time alerts, but it was a real-time alert at 10:31. What happens is when you load a channel, you'll see the last one that was alerted. So in this particular case, the last one that was alerted was at 10:31 there. And so that was in XNCR, still moving okay, actually. So this is an example of a scan. So if you like this one, if you thought, you know what, I wouldn't mind having that scan, that momentum scan, then all you have to do is right click and duplicate into a free floating window. What you're doing here is you're basically taking it out of the layout so that it's free floating around. So let's show you what that looks like. It shows up on my other monitor. So this is what it looks like. So now you can take a look at it. You can right click, configure, and click on the summary. And this is going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So when you create a scan, you always start off with some filters. Otherwise, if we just had the new high, just show me stocks making new highs of the day, obviously you'd be inundated with alerts. So you always start off with some filters. So in this particular case, there's blue. Look at blue. Look at blue coming in. SRRK coming in. So what this scan is looking for are stocks between $1 and $50. The volume's got to be at least 100,000 shares, etc. I'm just showing you the concept here. So if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new intraday high, we get a real-time alert. That's why we're seeing these stocks right here. We are really good at that. Being able to create an event and then getting real-time alerts. So if you like this one exactly the way it is, great. But if you didn't, for instance, if you thought, you know what, I like the concept, but I'd rather have a different price range, of course you can do that. Well, now I change it from 1 to 50. Now it's 10 to 100. Click on the summary. Here it is. So if I liked it that way, then I say OK. And now what you can do is right click, save or share to cloud, and save it to the cloud. OK. All I'm really trying to show you is that now you can go to another channel, explosive winners. This is really what the races are based on. The ones that you see here. It's based on this. I made some changes. I wanted to have a minimum volume of 200,000. I think I put some, but that's kind of the main one. But if you like this idea, the biggest gainers from the open. So here they are, biggest gainers from the open. So if you like that concept, then you can say that one to the cloud too. So again, you can go to the different channels, start extracting scans that we have created, save them to the cloud, and then you bring them back from the cloud, file, load from cloud. If you'd save them, you're going to see them. You just highlight, load, and And then you can create your own layout without actually knowing how to create a scan in the first place, like right from scratch anyway. So you can have my scans, you can have all the, you can have, take a look at the scans from our toolbar. So we try to make it easy, when you're first starting out. Now, of course, if you want to create your own scans, you can. Yeah, I'm just checking. I mean, this is, yeah, amazing how many bounce plays are showing up in your scanner, Zach, and yet no bounces yet. All right, Eli. Well, I guess, yeah, you don't want to trade, if you can't trade a bear market, yeah, you better sit it out for a while. I don't know how long this is going to last, but good luck, whatever you're going to do. Well, let me just take a look at, well, okay, let me just continue this. If you want to build your own scans, of course you can. So if I right click on an alert window and click on configure, and then instead of summary, I'm going to click on search. All these icons that you see here, these are alert icons, and they're real-time alert icons. Now, I exclusively use the new high and new low, but we have a lot of different real-time alert icon or filters. I'm going to get it right. We have a lot of different real-time alerts. And then when you scroll down a little bit further, when you see these icons, these are the filters. So again, don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. The reason why we created so many is that when the company started in 2003, they made a determination. Well, they figured that most people did not want to have to learn a programming language to create a scan. So that's why they created so many different alerts, so many different filters, so that the majority of our thousands of our customers, and we have all sorts of different trading styles, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if you want to build your own scan. So don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. I hardly know any of them. All right. Yeah, you can do anything you want with a scan with this scan. Any scan. So if you're, if you want, if you have it, and all you have to do, if you want it to high, you want large cap, then just, search, do a search, type in cap, okay, market cap. You can add the filter. Then you can put whatever you think is a minimum that you want. You can just add it. So who asked that question? Joe Dagger. Does that make sense? So you can take the scan, and then if you want, you can add the mark. You can add whatever you think is a minimum market cap that you want. Okay, so sure. Meanwhile, and all my look at the CMRA winning this race now. Just give me a moment. Well, if you took that Kroger short underneath 47, you're looking pretty good right now. Because now, I mean, the next low looking left, I think it was 46.63. So that is your key right there. Last month's low for Kroger KR was 46.63. Can it take that out? If it can take that out, then the next low is 43. Another energy play. Man, oh man. Just want to do a quick check. What's happening with energy oil prices? Aha! Finally, a crack. I'm looking here. You know, when I looked this morning, they were, yeah, well, they were obviously up 120. So finally, a bit of a crack. So that's why we're seeing so many potential bouncers here in Zach's scan, and they're all energy plays, oil plays. No, I'm just going to call them energy plays. What does it give you? Well, it gives you, you know, potential bouncers. I mean, that's all, they're all potentials, but you have to understand also that if you look at virtually every name here, except for the Bumble right there, every single name here is an energy play. Okay. So, until I guess the price of oil or whatever stops moving down, you're going to have a tough time finding a bounce in any one of these. But but it's the potential. I mean, that's what it gives you, potential bouncers. Like anything else, though, you get an alert doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. Yeah, drip. I saw drip earlier. The bear. Wow, no kidding. Look at that. The bear 2 times. So if you won't short, you can buy this one long. You can buy this one, and you're taking advantage of a dip in energy prices. Yeah, Dak, you made a surprise appearance yesterday, and now here you are, early bird. Look at the market. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Well, Eli, I'm surprised. I mean, obviously, and I feel your pain, but there's no but. I feel your pain. You've heard me, if you've been in this room for 2 years, though, you've heard me talking about stops and managing your risk and all of that stuff. But it's only so much I mean, if and I'm not trying to, single you out. I mean, because I'm sure there are a lot of people in the same boat. But when you trade, you've got to have a stop and you've got to obey it, and you've got to have a manageable risk. In other words, if this trade goes against you, how much am I willing to risk on the trade, and try to keep that risk amount about the same. Be it $100, be it $50, be it $200, whatever your account size is, that'll kind of dictate it all. So it's supposed to update on their own. I don't use it, but let's take a look. Market Explorer. Question is, do they update on their own? Which one are you using just as an example? MA cross 15 buy and sell. Okay. Okay, so here it is. I mean, I'd have to keep. So that's at 10:45 when I loaded it. Of course, that's on a 15-minute, right? So you would anticipate some coming in at 11, I guess, as an example. Okay, well, I'll keep it up. So, if we don't, because there's so many, obviously they're all fit. So you wait till 11 o'clock. Are you saying that, I don't know what you're saying. You loaded it at say 10:30, you didn't get the 10:45s, or I'll just, I will just keep it over here, okay, and at 11 o'clock. And by the way, guys, the 11 o'clock is coming. That is typically let's see if we get any sort of a bounce then at 11 o'clock, between 11 and 12. Zach has been talking about this for quite a while, the 11 o'clock bounce. So if we do, a lot of these energy plays could bounce if we do. Yeah, I just deleted that. Yep. Well, that's what I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait and see. I mean, it should obviously, Mike, it should update automatically, but I'm just going to see if it happens on my end. Okay, that's all I can do. Okay, look at Rev here. I mean, I've been talking here, but look at Rev. Another opportunity to take the trade. What an ugly, ugly looking AERC now. I'm not even going to go over the AI today, guys. I mean, the AI is, for me, it's just blank. I'll be honest, I don't really follow it that much. I know I keep saying this, they are working to revise it in a big way, but that's been ongoing. They've been really concentrating on updating these racing. But if you have the AI, this is all I would do. I would just click on from our toolbar, I would click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you're going to see. And I would incorporate this as part of your layout. You see how it disappeared? The reason it disappeared is that I'm only sorting on the profitable ones, and right now there aren't any. And why would I do that? I use it like a watch list. Okay. That's all I use it for, as a watch list. And kind of keep track of the ones that are, if I see something that I like, sure, I'll take the trade. But But if you save this as part of your layout, and then if you load trade ideas before the market opens, this will be blank and you just wait for the entries or the alerts to happen. Nothing for you to do other than wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. You have a stop, you have a potential entry. And when I say potential, too many people get so hung up on, well, I got an alert at 9.89 and now it's at 9.87, 2 cents away or 4 cents away. Get very hung up on that and don't. I mean, these are not designed, just to make, if you're taking trade ideas because you want to create some kind of a strategy to make 5 cents with a 1 cent stop, this is not the program for you. I never take a trade unless I click on the alert and check to see what's happening. Nothing will happen in this window until at least, well, in fact, there it is, 9:35. That's the earliest you'll get an alert. Well, yeah, I mean, there might be others in the same boat. So I will go over a little bit of the money management that I do talk about, not necessarily every single day. Wow, look at these energy stocks. So that's a good segue into this window that we call Brokerage Plus, this big blue window that we call Brokerage Plus. And let me just, all right, I put the Brokerage Plus. Okay, so Mike, the tech support, Mike. So I'm just noticing here, it's updating 11. I'm getting the 11 o'clock ones. I didn't do anything. Okay, I didn't have to reload it or anything. Okay. So I put a link in. Really, yours haven't. I don't know. I have no idea why. Everything else is updating. You have other scanners that are, some alert windows that are giving you real-time alerts. Well done on the MREO. Did it take out that 200-day? And the answer is yeah, almost. Hmm. Well, maybe I have to send you to support, okay? And just you can even say that Barry showed that his is. I don't know if it means that you have to be on a different version of Trade Ideas. Are you on the latest beta? Maybe download the latest beta because that's basically the version I'm on. Are you willing to do that? I mean, it's no big deal. I mean, you can. Did that yes mean? Sorry, I should ask again. So that last yes, did that mean you're on the latest beta? Talking to somebody in the tech support tab in the main room. Okay, so that's not the latest beta. Okay, the latest beta is 0.89. So I would go to the home page and download the latest beta. Okay, and see if that cures it. Okay, you won't lose anything. And you know how to get to the home page to do that? Okay. I mean, I'm not sure that's the reason, but then at least we can compare the same versions. All right, so I put in a long time ago, it seems now, I put in the Brokerage Plus link. Do it again. Are you asking me in our Abdullah in our YouTube room, how much room does View have? Is that what you mean? Well, again, just look left. I mean, to me, there's a high right there at 198, and then after that, 214. I mean, it could easily stall in this area. If there was a more of a clear shot to 274 without all this, it would have a lot more room. That doesn't mean it's going to stall, but that's what I see. The 11 o'clock bounce has arrived. So my guess it's got to be some of these oil plays. Yeah, look at this. Okay, guys, if you were looking at these, or the energy plays, I should call them energy plays. And that's exactly what's happening. And, Zach has been pounding the table on this 11 o'clock bounce for a long time now. I mean, look at all these energy plays just back doing virtually the same thing. Now, for how long? I don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows. Okay, again, Brokerage Plus. First of all, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. Okay. So I put the Brokerage Plus link in. If you click on the link, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video. The short video shows if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. But again, listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. It just means you won't have this feature available. That's all it means. And even if you have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you have to use this. The second video is a lot longer and goes into way more detail about how to use this window, okay? And how I like to demonstrate its use is more like as a simulator. Again, if you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, you really, really should practice trading first. And our simulator is really good. It uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. If you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and that's it. And then it uses our real-time data. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money with your like real money with your live account. Okay, until you can make money in a simulator, just forget about it. I hate to say it like that, but that's the harsh reality. And the other harsher reality is even if you can make money in a simulator, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to make money when you start trading. The reason being is that all maybe the good habits that you picked up when you were just practicing could be thrown out the window. So let me explain that. So first of all, very simple to use the simulator. If I click, first, okay, let me back up. Okay, so this is what you would see to load this Brokerage Plus platform or a module, call it. It's not a module, it's within the program. Just click on, go to new, and then click on, from the toolbar, click on new and then Brokerage Plus. And this is the window that you're going to see. And then it'll say not connected in that box here. You click on SIM, two options underneath Brokerage Plus. One says live, one says SIM. Click on SIM. This will change to account. When it changes to account, click on it, and then simulated trading default is going to pop up. Click on that. Now you're in our simulator. So let's just say I wanted to take this MREO, okay? And now what I'm doing right now is demonstrating the mechanics and with a little bit of money management thrown in, okay? So I clicked on MREO. I pick how many shares I want to trade. I want to take 500. I'm going to go in at the market because it's only a 1 cent spread. So I'm going to click buy, check it out, send it. Now I'll be in the trade. Again, this is in the simulator. Okay, so it took the trade and the entry was 143. Now we're going to talk about money management. First of all, the way I trade, and I would not have taken this trade, just to tell you, because it's too close to that 200-day moving average. I can easily stall it, but I wanted to demonstrate this one just because, people are seeing this one, and I'm going to make the math super simple. When I take a trade, look at this bounce, guys. I mean, I bet you I'm sorry, I know I'm drifting around here, but like these energy stocks have probably really bounced well. So the only way I can take a trade is if I can check a bunch of things. I have a checklist that every box must be checked. And it doesn't really matter what my checklist is. Okay, so if you look at it another way, I'm actually looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. You'll hear me when I click on an alert and and I'm getting an alert and I don't know what I'm going to see on a daily, weekly, monthly chart. And then you'll hear me say, I don't like it because I think there's too much resistance close by. So, I don't want to take the trade. Now, does that mean that it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not going to rip afterwards, but it just prevents me from taking a trade. That's one of the things I need is to see, that it has some room to move before it's going to hit the next high looking left on a daily, weekly, or monthly chart. So let's just say again with the one now, but the next step is that just because I think a trade should work, it doesn't mean it's going to. So your next step is, okay, if it doesn't work, where am I going to get out of the trade? And that's all about the stop. So the stop is the price that you're going to get out of the trade when it's not working. Now, how I place a stop is I'm visual. Okay, I will look at no less than say a 5-minute chart and size up where I think there could be a support level. Right there. Obviously, it looks like there's pretty decent support around 125. Okay, so I could say and that's on a 15-minute chart, but that's okay. I could look at a 5 or a 15 and think, okay, that looks like decent support. If it broke down through that price, I want to be out of the trade. But if you're starting out, because support and resistance, my idea of support and resistance may not be the next person. So what I would do is maybe practice using the low of the previous 5-minute candle as where you're going to get out. It's a defined number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's a defined number. Because the next thing is that is going to share size you. Well, how's that going to do it? Okay, here's my entry at 143. Now remember, I would know if I were truly in this one, I would know where my stop is before I get into the trade. I'm going to put my stop at 123 only so I can make the math easy. Now, in this particular case, that wouldn't have been, it's very close to where I would have a stop. Anyway, and you're going to see a red line appear on the chart that's going to say approximately minus 100. Okay. So it's actually minus 102. That's fine. So it's approximately minus 100. Now, how did that happen? Well, when I get into a trade and I know what my stop is, that is going to share size me. Because every trade, no, well, I should back up. If you've got a $5,000 account, I hope it makes sense that you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. Okay. So depending on your account size, and what I do in the simulator is I'm risking $100 every trade. The other thing I do is that I don't risk $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 then 50 the next. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. So in the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. So that is why I took 500 shares. I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. And again, all I was trying to do was to keep this math easy, because this is how you arrive at the 500 if you're risking $100 a trade. My entry was 143. I put the stop at 123. Quick subtraction, that's 20 cents difference. So if I divide 20 cents into $100, you get 500 shares. If the difference in my entry and my stop had been 15 cents, it would have been a different number of shares I'm taking. And you can set up a pretty easy Excel spreadsheet that's going to tell you, if your risk amount is say $100 and your difference between your entry and your stop is 15 cents, you'll be able to look and say, okay, that's how many shares I take. If it's 12 cents, that's how many shares I take. Just set up an Excel spreadsheet so you can quickly refer to it. This is why I'm saying, trading, you've got to practice, because a lot of these things are on the go. But if you won't listen to risk management, it's very hard for me to help. And I'm not singling anybody out, you know. And here's the problem. When you practice trading, it's very simple, very easy to allow yourself to get stopped out of a trade because it's only play money, right? When you start trading, even though you may have practice and you're able to make money in a simulator, it's funny how people can change. You start trading and you take, the first trade, and you're so excited and it's not working. It's starting to drift down to your stop price. So instead of obeying your stop price, you allow that $100 manageable risk to turn into two, three, $400. Why? Well, a lot of it is ego, stubbornness, ego. You can't believe it. And you keep thinking, it'll turn around. The setup was wonderful. Everybody's talking about it in the room. It had great news. All those things to try to convince yourself not to obey your stop. Eventually you obey it, and now you're down 500 instead of 100. Okay, and you kick yourself. Almost equally as bad, though, is not obeying your stop, being down 500, and then it does turn around. And now you're up two, three, $400, and you congratulate yourself for not obeying your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. But if you want to last doing this, if you want to make this either, your job or, some kind of second income, in my experience, not obeying your stop is a way to blow up your account. Again, you can get lucky every now and then and several times. Yeah, don't obey your stop and it turns around. So I'm off my soapbox, guys. All I can tell you is that nobody really told me all this when I first started. And it was pretty darn rough. And again, practice in the simulator. Well, Zach strikes again. That 11 o'clock turnaround, even though the market was, really looking pretty dreary, look at that turnaround again. So my guess is that a lot of these energy plays. How did the BMBL do? That was the one I was probably more interested in, just because it wasn't an energy play. Interesting. It didn't really bounce. Yeah, I mean, there are some bounces in energy, but not as dramatic as what I'm seeing on the SPY, interestingly enough. Okay, guys, now I'm going to concentrate on the races again and see if I can. Well, Eli, I have to ask you, did you listen to anything I was saying? I mean, it may be that you're going to have to take a break anyway, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know what else I can say. One of the worst things we can get into, of course, is revenge trading. Revenge trading meaning you might have all the best intentions in the world. Okay, I'm going to risk $100 a trade. That's what I'm going to do. And you lose that first trade and you're down 100. And to resist the urge to say risk 200 the next trade, because you think, okay, I'm going to win this next trade, great setup and everything. I'll win back the money that I lost the first trade and I'll be up 100. And then you lose that one. Now you're down 300. So you risk 400 the next trade, and it's a really easy cycle to get into. You have to have a lot of, discipline and channel your emotions elsewhere, or be able to channel your emotions, I should say. I saw this SRRK, I think, winning a race back here. And this is now, but again, I look left. What do I see looking left? 645. So, that could stall it. So, I mean, that would prevent me from taking this trade right now. Yeah, maybe Eli's got me on mute, but I mean, Eli, if you're thinking people are making millions because you're reading, stuff on Twitter about some guy who takes $5,000 and turns it into $1 million, it's a bunch of baloney. Okay. Yeah, that's the harsh reality, Larry. Okay, what is this one doing? EOSE. Okay, this is an energy play. Same thing though. I mean, I'd love to take this one, but look at the next high looking left is 157. I'm not going to take it. Now, there's nothing saying that it won't explode right through that. It's got a lot of momentum behind it, but I just have to stick to my rule. If I don't see enough room, and enough room would be this. If I took this trade at say 147, I mean, I'm always when I take a trade, I'm always with the expectation that I can at least make a 1 for 2 risk reward. So if I'm risking 10 cents on the trade, to make again, try to make the math simple, I have to be able to look left and not see any. I don't want to see the next high 20 cents away, or it has to be at least 20 cents away. So I could risk 10 cents to maybe make 20. I'm not going to risk 10 cents to make a nickel. Okay. It's just poor money management to do that. Now, are there times if I'm risking 10 cents and I only make a nickel? Yeah. And that's because maybe, but I didn't go into the trade with that expectation, but things can change. Maybe, and I'm looking at stalling and I'm not liking what the market's doing, all sorts of things. So I may get out of the trade, not making that 1 for 2, but that was not my expectation when I went into the trade. Yeah, man, oh man, these energy stocks. Wow, there is no bounce. I mean, there might have been a a little bit of bounce here, but I mean, very, very minor. I'm looking at Zach's. I mean, it depends how much you're will. I mean, that was a pretty good bounce for CVE. No bounce for SM. Little bit of a one, but I mean, these are fairly expensive. So if you're only, going to get 10 or 15 or 20 cents on a $40 stock, it's just for me, that's just not worth it. Yes. What's your problem? Yeah, for some reason, the noise canceling is not canceling out Chloe's bark. I don't know why. Well, you're sort of answering your own question, Raj, aren't you? Drip is, oh, I see what you mean. Like this is oil and gas. Yeah, there will be one. Gosh, yeah, there's one. Gosh. But that probably is on the way down, right? So you'd want, if you want to buy, what's the, is it oiled? I do see that every now and then. Yeah, no, 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 that's Bank of Montreal. I'm sorry, Cam. I got excited. I thought maybe that was it, but this I don't understand this one at all. So what is the bear of Gush? But this is oil and gas exploration. I think he meant more. I mean, I would look at this one anyway. What the heck, drip or gush? But this is oil and gas exploration. Okay, I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe that's the only one. Boy, look at Kroger, guys. I hope some of you took that on the 47 break. Yeah, Chewy. Yeah. Okay, somebody, Abdullah, you asked about, you asked about view. Okay, now it's moving. Now I said it, two might block it, or that's this 214. The the two might block it. Well, obviously, two did not block it very much, and the volume's coming in. There's your next high looking left, 214. If it can take that out in a big way, then you've got 240. So, I mean, this is definitely, looks like, I mean, if it can maintain this 214, the next high again is 240, which, from 214 to get even close to 240 would be a great percentage move. Somebody in our YouTube room asked me earlier about view. Does it have room? The one that got halted, is that the one that got halted earlier? Macro? Let's take a look. Oh no, it was ACUS. Okay, Acro. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Hmm. Low float, 21 million. What a great, I don't think I really saw this yesterday. I mean, maybe I did. I don't really remember though. What a great 3 days it's had. Talk about an alpha stock. It hasn't cared what the market's doing at all. Meta big calls, right? Take a look at Meta. Can't get used to calling it Meta, but boy, this is interesting. I mean, is the energy stocks have not really bounced with this. No, 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 no. I'm just kidding. It's going to take a long time to get used to calling Facebook Meta. Not that I ever really traded it, so it doesn't really matter to me. But yeah, this is the one that got absolutely crushed yesterday. Actually, I think there was another one that got even crushed further. I think it went down to what, $4. Remember what that one was? It was another one of the Gore's Guggenheim, I think, and I think it got all the way down to $4. How can I zoom into charts from our in the tech support tab? Select. So first, I want to make sure you can hear me and see what I'm doing before I proceed. So I need a couple of yeses. Okay. So left click on the chart. Left clicking on the chart is just telling Trade Ideas what chart you're in. Okay. So left click on the chart, press the control key down on your keyboard and keep it pressed down. And then with your scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out. Okay. So keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, scroll in and out using your scroll wheel. Okay. Well, this has probably been the best, ever since you've been talking about the 11 to 12 bounce sack. This has probably been the best one ever. I mean, there's a start of another green candle. Amazing. All right, guys, Clovis, CLVS could be interesting. Next high looking left is 112. I guess if it can take out 112, is that right? Yeah, man, I'm telling you, if this Clovis can take out 112, look at the room it's got. You're talking 143 next. Not saying it's going to get there. And it's showing up on the racing. That's why I can see it at all. All right, guys, it's 11:33, so I'm just going to confirm it will be Andy in our YouTube room at noon when I take my break. What settings do I have on my race? Let's take a look. Right click, configure. Well, first of all, okay, so I have a minimum of 200,000 shares. Okay, that's the one, and I have the price is between 1 and 50. Just to let you know, that's the top list. Okay, and this, so if you're looking at the race, the stock racing from the channel bar, that is the one thing I made a change to because I think they had a minimum of 20,000. Okay, but what you're asking me though are the actual settings. Show the race setup. Okay, so I've got a 4-minute race. I should have more lanes than that. I'm not going to change it now, but I must have not expanded it, but that's okay. And then it's a change from the open and the delta. Okay, so based on change from the open percent, the delta is the sort on. Okay, is that make sense? Okay. I'm on Clovis. I mean, this. I think somebody took Clovis earlier today. I think I recall seeing somebody talking about CLVS. I think. Boy, but if it takes out 112, if it can somehow do that, it's a big float. They don't all have to be low floats, but so it's probably it's going to take a bunch to move it through. Well, you can change it to the change from the open, Don. I mean, that's up to you, but I prefer the change from the open. As long as you have the column, like when you say I don't show change from the open, what exactly, like what race are you referring to? Certainly not mine or the one that's in the toolbar in the channel. Um, in explosive winners. Okay, if you don't have it, then you have to add it as a column, Don. Okay, you have to add the change from the open as a column. So you see right there, you see there it is, the change from the open. So if you don't have it, all you have to do is right click on your top list window, right click, configure. You can do a search. And if you want to type in change, you don't have to type in the whole thing, but I will. Change. If I start typing in change, I'm going to see all the changes. So I can actually just scroll down and there it is, change from the open percent. So if I click on this right now and then show column, okay? And then you say, okay, if I don't have to do that, of course, because it's already here. So if I say show column, and then I say, okay, then then you would see it would be added as a column, and then it'll be one of your choices. Oh, I see why you were talking about GGPI now, because it showed up in your topping scan. You know, it's gotten pretty ugly. Is that AUVI? AUVI has gotten pretty ugly. Well, I think in the face of what's happened in the overall market over the last several weeks, to have a bounce for half an hour and almost 45 minutes, I mean, we got up here in that between that 11 and 12 period, is pretty darn good. Yeah, SPACs are. What was the one yesterday? Somebody's going to remember. There was a SPAC yesterday, and I could have sworn it was one of those Guggenheim ones. So it'll start with G that went all the way down to four, I think, like four something. I mean, it was just. I don't think it was the GGPI. I may be wrong. It may have been this one, but I thought there was one that went all the way down to four something. Whoa, okay. What about this one? GRCL. GRCL is a China stock. Now it's just sneaking in. My minimum is 200,000 shares. So is this kind of sneaking in here? What sort of room does it have? You look at the weekly chart. I look left. Yeah, so I see a high of 447 and then 491. With that volume, I mean, it's going to take a bunch to move it. And the volume isn't there. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just confirmed it'll be Andy in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes or so when I take my break at noon. Really keep an eye on the Clovis guys, the CLVS. I mean, I don't know if it's going to happen, but man, if it can take out 112, I mean, it's just got the room. I've got my alert set up here. It's got the room. 143 is the next high looking left. So, if it can take out 112 and get anywhere close, get into even the mid 20s, I mean, that's be a great little percentage move. Oh, what are people trading today? I don't know. I mean, I know what I'm trading, but um, it's an interesting market, of course. It's been very choppy. We had a nice pre-market move. Looked like this was going to, and then all of a sudden, for an hour, we went straight down. Didn't look good at all. Big green candle that wiped all that out, followed by an hour down, then this 30-minute bounce, and now coming down again. So I mean, pretty choppy, pretty choppy. Yeah, too bad. Oh, yeah, ADN, which was not shortable yesterday. I don't believe it trade at Interactive Brokers. I do see there are 100,000 shares available. If this takes out this 273, look out below. So I'm going to stick an alert for ADN at 273, the low of yesterday. And if it takes that out, I mean, this would just collapse. Well, guys, Clovis is, yeah, it's toying with that. You're right, Jamie. It is toying with that 112. 'Underneath a dollar here. Okay. Through the 200-day, SESN, through the 200-day. Son of a, fill in the blanks, guys. I should have been paying way more attention to MREO. I almost laid it out in the pre-market saying, let's watch to see. And I think you must be out of it, DAC now. So I talk about it like this. I said, watch to see what it does at that 200-day moving average. And look what it did. 148 is the high. There's the 200-day at 149. And that was my kind of my number one focus was to maybe short this one if it couldn't take out that 200-day moving average. But as usual, you guys interrupt me with all your questions, so I can't concentrate completely. And I'm kidding. But the rest of you have no excuse. That was a great short. Clovis. Clovis. I'm trying to do it subliminal. That's a tough word to say. Subliminal? Subliminally. Clovis. All right, guys, it's now 11:49, so I'm getting closer to my break. Are you kidding me? Because M funny because MREO, like they're 3 million at Interactive Brokers. Now I know that does not necessarily translate to other brokers having shorts available, but I mean usually, if I see 3 million, usually that'll mean other brokers will have shorts. Who's your broker, Jose? No, 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 no. Don't try to. No, 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 no. I'm just curious to know. Don't try it now. If I can't get shorts, TD Ameritrade. Okay, if I can't get shorts, I don't even bother. I don't try to call because you call. I mean, if they finally say okay, shorts are available, well, what's the price at? I mean, the opportunity is over, in my opinion. I mean, it could still move down, but I mean, no, I'm just curious to know who your broker was. It's interesting that interactive brokers would have so many, and somebody like TDA would have none. There you go. Pepe says TD has shorts. It must be a specific account issue. Yeah, that didn't make sense to me. So, are you sure you guys are saying that? Well, those of you obviously have to make sure that you're able to short in your account. Anyway, you know what else is bouncing? Risky is AERC. AERC doing its thing again, coming off 19. Ooh, Vorb. What's the next high looking left? Be far enough away. 340. VORB. It's winning a race, but I just look at this. I think, well, that's 340. Now, if I knew I could buy it at 320 and I knew it would get up to 340, I'd take it. Okay, but I just don't have that. I mean, we don't know. Imagine if all this weren't here. If you can see see what I'm doing on the daily chart for VORB, if all this wasn't there, and the next high looking left was 390 or 534. That would have been awesome. VBIV. Okay, another really cheap one. Well, I mean, there's lots of resistance right around one, but yeah, these are sort of feel good stories, when you see a company getting, but I usually do not see any follow through, just in general, I'm talking, of course, but I mean, KZIA was another one this morning, with orphan drug designation, popped all the way up to $8, and look at it now. It was never shortable for me. I'm not saying they all do that, when they're granted this orphan drug designation, but I would say 80%, I don't know, 90% of them seem to do this because it feels good, yes. But then, normally if you look at what an orphan drug is, I mean, there's usually a very limited market. So the reality sets in and it's okay, great, but how much money can you make? All right, guys, it's 11:55, so I am anticipating Andy is going to show up very soon. Sure, my room is not muted. Okay. So what I'm going to do is put the announcement in, and I'll just wait for Andy to show up. And I will put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there when Andy shows up in about 2 or 3 minutes, I guess. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything. Again, if you're into it, the AERC is, the best thing I can say about it is kind of trying to hold over 19. Best thing that could happen is if for to start to base a little bit over 19, settle down a little bit and then get some volume and to really pop it. Because I mean, obviously it got up to what, 20, almost $21 earlier. So, but it's not easy, not an easy one to trade. Yeah, the Bumble didn't do it, did it? I mean, there was a the first alert to potential bounce was way up here at 2783, and it really has just kept drifting down, down, down. Now, let's take a look at the low over here, 2690. Oh, so it's below that low. Wow. So it's below that low. And then you got 2274. So I mean, this has got, is that right? 26, 24, 2457. Oh man, oh man. Now, I mean the SSRK, or sorry, SRRK just exploded, I think. Yeah, it just exploded. And there's Andy. He doesn't hear me yet. I didn't hear a ping. Let me just put my music on. Now I'm hearing him. Come on, Andy. Can you hear
Hey,
me?
Barry, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Andy.
All
Yes.
right, buddy. How you doing?
Hey, all right.
All right, man. Sorry, I drug in here. I wanted to get here earlier, but
Oh, that's okay.
had to,
That's
yeah, I
okay.
was running
I
around
don't
doing some
expect I don't expect anybody to come in before 11:59.
Yeah, I hear you, man. But I like to come in and shoot the breeze a little bit. They say in the South. But
Well, we even say that in the north,
okay, okay,
in the northern climes of Canada. We even say that up here. So,
okay, gotcha. Oh
well, I'll
man,
probably show
how
up at
is
about 5 2. Okay,
okay?
five to
What's that?
one. So maybe we'll shoot the breeze then.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Okay,
Thanks,
you're
Barry.
ready to
Appreciate
go.
it, buddy.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
bye.
Hello, everybody. How is it going today? I gotta take this out here. Hold on just one second. I was gonna call this. Where's she at? Guys are looking, getting to see my back office stuff where I call, make some calls here. But I'm gonna take this one out for now. I'm not liking anything. All right. Now the reason I was looking at that, and I still may be interested in it. I'll put an alert in here in case it pops back up. But bought some AL this morning at 12:15. Just on the week oil numbers. Uh, Probably get like a doji or a spinning top today, but if oil continues to weak, it's old school kind of strategy. Oil is weak, airlines will do good, but I don't know. Nothing, hardly anything does good in this market except China stocks lately. I've been doing good with China stocks. All right, welcome to the support webinar, guys. My name is Andy. If you're in here for the first time, don't know who I am. Uh, Long time trader, long time user of trade ideas. So if you have any questions regarding the software, is what we made this webinar for. But if you have any questions about trading or stocks you want to look at, we can just have a good Friday here. It's kind of uh, blah as far as the market goes, but there has been some opportunity in the. Excuse me, I'm choking. That's what I get for eating chips right before I go on. All right, let's see if that's better. All right, where was I? Brian Chapman, you're having a great day. That's good. I hope you're referring to trading. I was having a pretty good day. I still am. I bought a few China stocks on the. Uh, I bought this DQ off the 20 yesterday. Got a nice gap up. Of course, now it's kind of selling off with the market yesterday, but still doing well with that trade. I've been in for a while now. I bought back over here around 20. 29, 24, something like that. So still doing well in that one. Like I said, I just bought an ABCL. I've been jumping in and out of this a lot. It's been a nice mover. Been mentioning that in several of my webinars. Hi, Rajiv. How are you? How are you? It's a tough market. May have to cut this VIPS. It was looking good, but the day was ugly. A big a gap up, and you can take a look at Baba and see what I'm talking about. That was pretty nasty, big gap up in Alibaba, and just basically sold off that day. That's why I don't like chasing gap ups. Look at that. That was ugly. That was from 112. That's a 10-point drop and could go lower. But anyway, I was in that VIPS from yesterday at around 10:35, and I bought a little bit more. I think on this reversal here, I can't remember, but anyway, uh, yeah, I'm not one I want to hold if it closes on lows. Doing good, Rajiv. Doing good. Tough market, but I've been managing it okay lately. I typically pretty much all year I've had a hedged short position, but I don't have one right now, and I'm kind of regretting it. I'd like to having a. Uh, I was thinking we would get another bounce up in the market where I can put on a little hedge again. So it's kind of scary going unhedged, but I don't. In this type of market, I may only at one time be in maybe 30% of my account at any time, and I take profits quick when I see them. I like this SOL. I bought this the other day, and I like the way it's acting lately. This one has been stuck in the mud forever, trying to play, but I like the way now it's getting above its moving averages. I actually bought some more today at 477 when I saw it. I'm trying to take out yesterday's high, but really not up enough to scalp any out. But may have to do some anyway if this market can't get any traction. Good question. What I typically do is get a reverse ETF, an inverse ETF. So I've been using TZA a lot this year. I have done some SPXS at times, but my kind of go-to one is because you get more bang for the buck is this uh, TZA, and what I do is I follow the IWM. I had a beautiful position right here, and Steve and I were both in it. But I had my problem is I had such a good position, that I got out way too early. I mean, we'll take a look at this, and then I'll put up TZA. Uh, but anyway, I started shorting it right up here, close to 190. And That's what when I'm shorting, I don't like shorting the whole. In other words, I don't chase these things down low. It can work if you get in you know, a very ugly market, kind of like we're in now. But typically, what happened is you'll get just an ugly bounce, kind of like you saw over here, for 3 days, and you can, it can hurt. But so what I would do would buy TZA, and let's go take a look at that day. Yeah, even though these are below its moving averages, I'm always focusing and I always make my decisions based off the chart of the IWM or SPY or Qs. So I had a really good position, but I'm going to tell you one of my weaknesses is uh, now this was more of a hedge. I'm more of a long side guy, and will hedge, but still, I should have held this a lot longer. I think I sold it on this day right here. Uh, 35. I had about a 6 point move. Uh, there was no reason to get out of it. I mean, I should have sold half and held on to the other half. But sometimes you just see those big P&L numbers, and you're like, oh, you know what? I'll take that. Because it is hard when it reverses on you real quick, and But that time, yeah, I should have held on to at least a third. Um, I see that you have a daily and a five. No, you know what? I have my 5 minute up here right now. I typically will use a 15 minute. Uh, the reason I have a five up right now is I was thinking about adding love to a swing position, kind of like what I'm seeing here in the chart. Possible selling off. You got oil that's selling off real hard right now. That's going to be good for the airlines. I was thinking about adding this to a swing position. Well, the way I created it is I made a 5 minute alert. Uh, so what I wanted to do was look at a 5 minute chart, because what happens on a 5 minute alert is you have to. Uh, Now you guys may have seen it. I forgot. I don't think I've changed that in the eye. I hope maybe you guys did see it. Uh, I bet you maybe did. I took it out, but but anyway, to make a long story short, I typically will use a uh, 15. I don't use a 5 minute at all as far as uh, uh, trading anymore. That's just because I was looking at alerts. So those are the two that I mainly use right there: a daily and a 15 minute. Now I will, in this environment, go to the weekly, a lot, just because we're selling off pretty hard. I want to see where stocks are, maybe on the weekly. Uh, for example, I talked in my webinar. You can see I have a alert here for the spies. I'm looking for that level once we get to our 200 moving average, and we have a very nice strong pivot level right here. This could be a great buying opportunity. Whether it's the bottom, I have no idea, but it should get a decent bounce, I would think, off of that after selling off this hard. Same thing with the Qs. So I'm constantly, when you've been beaten up this much, pulling up a weekly chart and looking at where stocks may go, especially the major indices. And then what I'll do is I'll look at maybe charts that are marrying up with same type of technicals, as far as support, moving averages, and then those are the ones I'll probably play if on a nice bounce. You're welcome, Jamie Lee. Yeah, Rajiv, it's a learning experiment. I don't know. Are you day trading? Are you swing trading? That's the key. It's a total different concepts. Yeah, Peter, I'll watch the 50 and the 200. As a matter of fact, I have an alert built called tagging the 50, and let's just pull it up and see what's come through today. You're trying to learn both. Okay. I'll talk to you about that in just a minute. So let's take a look at the 50 here. Now you're seeing over the last couple of days a lot of, um, go back to the daily chart here. You're seeing a lot of stocks in the oil sector hitting these 50 moving averages. There's Dino right there. You got an alert in a Dino today hitting that 50. I tried MGY yesterday off the 50, and I actually sold it yesterday at the close because I did not like that action. It should have bounced there, and it didn't, and I sold it immediately off the close. And good thing I did. Look at today's action. So I'm real careful right now buying any of these oil stocks. They've had a huge move over the last couple of years. So be careful buying those too soon. It's okay to try them, but like I did in that MGY, but boy, like I said, it should have bounced off that 50, and yesterday it didn't. I basically just flatted it. I bought it on the 50 and pretty much sold it on the 50. That's that's just using your kind of gut feel. You've been trading stocks forever, and you know how a stock is supposed to react off a 50 moving average pulling back there, and if you're getting very little bounce at all, and the close of the day it closes on lows, no, I want out of that. So yeah, I sold that immediately. But yeah, Rajiv, you can find a lot. Now, I will say this: day trading is very very difficult. I did it for 17 years. for a living, and uh, it's still may put this love in there. Really like the way this AAL is going to highs here, almost up 4%. This is the one I bought, and I'm going to throw that back in there, jumping back and forth. I really like this for a nice little risk reward trade. I'm not going to buy it because I bought AAL, but so this will be a swing trade call. And there's the trigger. Just can click this now. Let me check something real quick. Gosh dang, it's going to make me hit another 5-minute high. Damn. There it goes. Great move there in AAL. Once again, this is something I used to do tons back in, like, say 20 years ago. There used to be an incredible correlation between oil and the airlines. Then over the years, they got to where the airlines got smart and they got to where they were using some hedging strategies, as far as oil goes. But they're still, if oil starts to come down, these beaten up airlines will have a nice bounce. And the market's trying to get enough bounce. But Rajiv, yeah, getting back to your question, I mean, it's really hard. Obviously, I cannot teach you the how to day trade during this webinar. This takes time. I would recommend. I know how difficult it is, and I know how many people fail at it. That if you can learn, some good strategies for swing trading, the first thing you want to do is learn technical analysis. I don't know if you understand, charting and moving averages, trend lines, support resistance, and you don't need to get real fancy with it. I don't study Bollinger Bands. I don't study MACDs. I just keep it very simple. And I think uh, traders, if they did keep it very simple, a lot of them they would trade a lot better instead of trying to incorporate too many indicators. But um, I would highly recommend a book just uh, for you, and you can just look on here. And it's called Japanese uh, candlestick Japanese candlestick charting techniques, and it's this one right here by Neeson. Great book. And it's pretty simple, easy to read. It's kind of been the Bible for the last 50 years as far as basic charting techniques. So I would definitely, I'll put the link in the down there for you. I would definitely recommend that to you, because you want to it's ABCL that I'm in is at $10 now. Yeah, you want to get a good understanding of technical analysis uh, before you can really do anything, Rajiv. So start there. Learn some of the concepts, and then of course after you learn that, you want to move into maybe some good psychological books. I didn't read too many of them because I've always been a really good poker player, but I didn't want to mess with my mojo. But it. Uh, if I'm trying to remember. Well, reminiscence of a stock operator is the oh man, it's a classic. You have to read that one, and it deals a lot with crowd psychology. Uh, so definitely reminiscence. I always have a hard time spelling this one. Reminiscence. There we go. Yeah. So this one right here, and you can get the more updated version, so you're not reading like old school English. It was written over about 110 years ago. So reminiscence of a stock operator is a good one. So go grab that one. Great book. True story. Uh, Boy Plunger, they called him. It's not letting me put this in there. Let me go back to this, the top here. See if they'll let me drop that. There you go. Those are the first two books I would start out with. Yeah, Trading in the Zone. Um, I didn't read. Yeah, I didn't read a lot of the psychological, just kind of games. I don't know. I felt like I had a good mind for it, so uh, it probably would have helped me. But if I did, but I didn't want to, like I said, mess up my mojo. Well, that one's been on a tear. Let's take a look at my China watcher over here. I've been trying to buy this. I've been bidding this for over the last 2 hours, trying to get it to pull back. I think I started out at like 6.90, and I raised it up to $7. I think I raised it up to 7.10. So I'm not gonna continue to chase it. If it wants to come back and hit me, that's fine. I'm not gonna chase. Excuse me. Trying to get this cough drop opened up. It's got paper stuck all over it, so he's sucking on paper over here. All right, what technique scans you use to find stocks for swing trades like the ones you are trading or looking at? I have several different scans, and I'll share you my homework. Of course, a lot of this homework is built on stocks that are strong, and we just don't have a whole lot of strong stocks. But uh, let me see, and I'll share this window with you. Okay, this is something that I use. These are just different windows. Trend change. This one, this one actually started coming through, around the probably the $6.97 level. This RDUS, just showing you stocks that are potentially changing the trend, which is really important in the market that we're having. If you see a stock that is changing the trend, of course, a lot of these are beating up biotechs. Biotechs are doing well today, and they have the last couple of days, I think. This is revenue growth fishing, something that I've always liked. Not a whole lot's been put, you know, uh, coming through there. This is stocks that are pulling back, that are digging in, and they're above their 50-day moving average. Some of these are going to be gap ups. This is a good one. Strong stocks pulling back to the 10 SMA, but you got to remember in this kind of environment, a lot of times they'll just keep, driving down because the market, like I said, the market that we're in. No stocks in this one right here, but I got some filters and parameters set to just make sure that any stock appears in here is going to have a very nice setup on the daily. Find some really good ones in that. Like I said, in this market that we're seeing, there's not a whole lot in there right now. And these are just stocks that are above all their major moving averages. So I think I have a filter on this as well. But uh, so I find a lot, and I'll just do homework, and I'll find the ones that are close to moving averages. As a matter of fact, I think I have this sorted. MICS. I'm sure somebody's looking at that. Probably Barry. Only 575,000 shares. Ooh, that's a thin one. But I'll share this with you so you can do the same. And basically, that's a big part of my homework. I do have a few others that I'll go to and take a look at. Um, to put Andy's homework. You want me to pull out Dawn of the Dead? Huh? I haven't pulled it out in a while. We sure can do it. God, if I can spell. Well, that Sark was coming through there earlier. Some nice volume on that one. You're gonna see a lot of biotechs in here. That's the one I've been trying to get all morning. All right, what we were looking at some of these. RDUS had a really great day yesterday, man. Yeah, so there's been some good ones, Mike, coming through there. And like I said, I guarantee you probably 90% of these are beating up biotechs. And if you look on our screen today, what are you going to see? Biotechs are pretty strong, along with ARC and along with the solar sector. Oil weak, solar strong. Interesting. Oh gosh, thank you, Perfect Circle. I'm sorry. I don't know how long it was. I was talking. I think the main point I wanted to make is I'm really, really excited about this DQ. Um, that's the move. But that was not because I was in it earlier from like 49, but I sold it too early. Now I got my pullback, got it lower than where I sold it, and I'm really liking a lot about this. It's probably the top, Chinese solar company, I believe. Um, yeah. So I think BlackRock owns about 7 or 8% of them. They own like 5 million shares. And I think I was saying that I know a lot of people don't want to trade China because they don't trust. You do see companies, Vips not too long ago that I'm in right now. It it was doing some shady stuff. I think they kind of got off the hook, but it goes a while back. But and I remember there was a coffee company about a year ago that or 2 years ago that did something kind of. But the point I was making while I was on mute is like I'm not, for every one that you get doing that, there's thousands of others or 1,000 others that are playing it straight up, as far as I know. Am I still on mute? Man, something's wrong. You guys can't hear me? Oh, they hear me, Steve. Okay, thank you. Okay, let me make sure I didn't miss your question. I'm sorry. What type of confirmations do you look for on momentum up as a buy signal confirmed? That's a tough one. And the reason it is, it's because, and I've tried, and a, and a lot of the traders have also tried here to like make some, do some back testing on momentum. And it's just very, very hard to do because you get so many head fakes when it comes to momentum. You'll get a spurt of volume come in, the stock will shoot up and one bar and that's it. And then they're all retracing. And so it's really, you get so many of those that it's hard to like figure out based on filters which ones are going to keep going. It's just it's a guessing game. So what I like to do, and this is what Barry does, and a lot of the traders do, is I like to look left and see what's going on. It's like this SARK. Okay, once it got above this level right here, there's in the 50-day moving average. Uh, there's not a whole lot to prevent it from going to this level. So that's basically another 2-point move just by trusting the charts. Okay, because you got huge volume. Look at the relative volume here. They pull up my Epic pen, and this is the kind of thing you can. You just have to learn to, a lot of times to trust. And yes, there's going to be times where it doesn't adhere to the rules, and but for the most part, once this thing breaks through, this level right here, it really doesn't have another level to right there. So you basically got this. I mean, there's a really good chance, and I may be wrong, obviously, but there's a really good chance it gets up to this line here before the close of the day. I don't know. I mean, obviously, like I said, it's up 70%. It looks like it's going to pull back now, but if it doesn't today, I think it's probably either tomorrow or I'm sorry, Tuesday. It'll tag it. So what you that a boy end up doing is you go now. Uh, Let me see if I can find some other examples of ones that may not have. Well, the one I was trying to bid on. was coming through the scanner, earlier. And, once it got through this $7 level, I mean, you had a wick up here, which was your next level. Now it's continuing to go. Well, you do have some mess right here though. Some uh let me see if I can find a better example. You're probably not getting as good examples in this bear market that you normally go. Okay, another beauty. Look at this. You're looking left. Okay, the volume is there, right? We have relative volume of 15, which is strong. The water hydrant is turned up pretty high on this one, right? When the water level is turned up really high, more likely that price is going to continue in the same direction, given that there's nothing resisting it on the chart. And if you look over here, you're going to see, let me draw right here is this top. All right, let me zoom out a little bit and look at there. You got another one right there. So huge, huge breakout right there. This is the kind of stuff you look for. Okay. You're breaking out of a range right here. I know it's a $160 stock, but the volume is there. And once again, the next high is not up here until another $7 higher. So you learn to trust these charts. And that's the key to trading momentum. That's why you're going to find on all my my extreme volume high low pro, my extreme master blasters, all these stocks have to be hitting a 10-day high. Okay, because you can get in so much trouble by watching volume come in and stocks with this, volume, and they have one green bar, but you look over on the daily chart and they're right in the middle of a sloppy 5-day range. You're not going anywhere. So you want to make sure you make your settings when you're building this. Now you may miss some. There's some stocks that are in a range that will continue to go, but I can promise you this: you're going to save so much time looking at crap that's not going to do. 90% of them aren't going to go, and so thin that down so you're only seeing stocks that are at least hitting a 10-day high. And I even like 20-day highs. So, but anyway, I hope that helps you there. Focus on the daily charts. The intradays can be great for entries, but when it comes to staying power, and how to manage a trade it off the dailies. And Barry does that all the time. So if you're in his room, you learn that as well. Okay, hope I got answered that for you. Yes, Steve. It might be. You can definitely find opportunities in there, but can also get you in trouble when it's a bear market because, like those oil stocks, a lot of them slam the 50 and they kept slamming. That's why when you're wrong, and when you're I don't want to say catching a bottom, but if you're buying pullbacks and you're wrong. I mean, there's two great examples. Is DQ came back yesterday and it held that 20. Okay, whereas that MGY I was in, it was just like I said, a gut feeling. I said it was still kind of close enough, but I'm like, no, no, this had a chance to bounce off the 50. It did not bounce at all, so I'm selling it. I clear my alerts here. Hold on just a minute. I use lots of price alerts, guys. Learn to use those price alerts. Set it and forget it, and just wait for it to go off. AAL continue. Let's see how love is doing. It's just not doing as good. It's only up fractional, but maybe they were hedged more than love. You're welcome. That's a great Rajiv. That's great. Like your China stocks, I do this every morning. Okay, right. I mean, like I said, when KWeb and FXI popped above their 50, okay, they were battling this 50 period moving average. That's the blue one. And it could not get above, could not get above, could not get above. And what happened here? You had a gap. You had a gap, and it has not, it's retraced really anywhere near this 50, even though it's very sloppy and you get these, but it's still, it's definitely relative strength. I really haven't been looking at anything but China all month, uh, because that's where the relative strength is right now. But you're right. That's what I do. I'll pull up this China watcher and I'll share it again if anybody. Uh, well, I got to share my symbol list, so let's make sure somebody wants it. If anybody wants this China watcher with my symbol list, let me know in the chat there. Otherwise, because I've done it a couple of times already. I just don't want to keep doing it if everybody has it. Wow, ABCL. See if Baba's not cooperating. Really, since I added my VIPs here, and I'm not, I'm only like 8 cents out of the money, but I got size in this thing now, so I'd really like to see a bounce. I know JD is actually having relative strength over Baba. Not sure what's wrong with Baba today. I haven't traded that thing since I lost sight of Jack Ma. But I shouldn't laugh, but yeah, ARK is getting a bounce. I mean, I really believe that sector is, for now, is, it'd be great to catch a bottom, but uh, and I've done it a lot. I scalp half of it really quick, and I try to see if the other half's going to be a bottom. I usually end up getting out for a little small loser. Uh, as a matter of fact, I tried PayPal the other day, and of course, it got me out. Well, actually, it's not much higher than where I got out. I tried it on this day on this bar reversal, and they got out yesterday when it took out that. So basically, it's about where it is. But man, yeah, it's a different game. I think there's one or two ways to play it when you're looking for these, bounces. Is you can play it with size and scalp it, which is probably the best strategy because it takes a while for these things to find a bottom. Or you can play it with real small size and look for a bottom. And just in other words, when it doesn't work, you're just taking a very, very small haircut, or a combination of both is what I do. I will grab like medium size and then I'll scalp half of it out and then try to hold on to the second half to see if it's a bottom. Lately, I've been getting stopped out of all those. Ah, interesting. Perfect circle. Yeah, I don't try to get. I just kind of watch the charts. And one thing I did notice on PayPal at these levels, if I pull up the monthly, is it's sitting on some nice, support going back to, on the monthly over here, if I look. And so that's pretty strong support right there. Tons of it actually. But and so I was thinking maybe, and it's okay. It's like I said, there's nothing wrong with bottom fishing as long as you are, you know, stick to your rules. You're patient. You do it with small size, and like I said, stick to the rules. The main thing. When you're wrong, get out. It's never been a problem of mine getting out. Go SOL. Miss Vdo. Steve, let me go back to a 15-minute. And we bought this. Steve and I did on this day right here. Had a big move, bought it on a pullback, holding the 50. We bought it around 39, 139, and yep, just not just nothing there. I don't play too many penny stocks or piss ants I like to call them, but when I do, it usually hurt me. Liking it. Excuse me. Liking watching this Tencent here. I think everybody's heard of Tencent music over in China. Been basing for a long time. $5 is obviously the key level. Tried to get up there close to it earlier in the month, but if it does get above, uh, I'm gonna set this a little bit higher. Get above that level right there. I think we may it could have an attempt at $5. When you're bottom fishing, do you ever look for bullish divergence for your theses? Yeah, I mean, I will. I mean, it's tough because what you have a lot of times it's temporary. In other words, I can show you probably you know over the last month or so in the morning hours where ARC and some of these technology stocks that have been hit or been way outperforming the spies and the Qs. So you would definitely have relative strength there. I'm not sure when you're saying bullish divergence. Are you talking about the RSI where the stock is going lower, but the RSI is not? I think it's probably what you're talking about. I don't use too much of that. No, I will occasionally, and usually somebody's pointing it out to me, like Michael or Steve. Uh, or if I can kind of detect it in a chart, I'll pull it up and see. But it won't make me enter a trade just based on that alone. I have to see, have to see price action. And the thing about this, most of these things when they do move, they move in the first 15 minutes of the day. You get this big old move. Let's take a look at Upstart today. And there you have it. It is trending higher, but the the gist of the move is you have these people that just, went from basically 32 to $2.50, and now it's only 40 cents higher. So you they kind of force you to be kind of aggressive a lot of times in these, or you can wait and buy a pullback. If it gets down to 10, that would work too. But a lot of times you just gotta jump in. These things will just take off right out of the gates. They've done it twice this week, I've noticed. Yeah, yeah, yes, that's true. Uh, I will look. I probably pay more attention to relative strength than I do, bullish divergence. But no, there's nothing wrong with that. I like it, but usually it's somebody, like I said, pointing it out. It's not something I go searching for. It's not. In other words, it's not part of my main strategy. Ooh, glad I added that soul this morning. This one's one, this is simply relative strength call this morning. I mean, it had a good day the other day, ugly day yesterday, and I noticed today from my board. Well, I was actually in a little bit of left over from the other day at 482, and I said, "Wow, this is market is really down on the day or flat, and this one was definitely outperforming." So I added it, and I used to play tons of solar stocks. Now, this is what's funny. And I played tons of China solar stocks too. Back when they had JSO. I don't know if you guys remember JSO. That was a fun one. But for over like the last 10 years, JKS has been outperforming SOL and not seeing that over the last couple of weeks. So I'm definitely got an eye on that. That's interesting. That could be so it's kind of a low float. So it could be a huge mover as this thing gets going. But I've definitely noticed there's JKS below its key moving average. And now you have SOL, which is above its 10, it's 20, and it's 50. So keep an eye on this one. Only 42 million in the, and it's still, I mean, it's still, could be way. I'm not saying go buy it now, but it has a lot of making up to do. But I could see it getting up here to $6 easy. Wow, I really didn't think AAL would move that well. I do. Let me show you the one I use. I use bigger cap stocks. Okay, they have to do some volume, and the reason I do is I like to pick these for our our swing trading that you guys have access to. Uh, so I will use this sometimes. This morning I ran the China Watcher. I ran it also in the races. So in other words, what a great way if you want to see what's moving. Uh, by the way, I'm stealing this B Sun as well. It's not doing anything, but yeah, you just get your China Watcher and run a race. Let me see if anybody asked for that. Anyway, I forgot to look. Okay, yeah, Rajiv wanted to see that. Okay, let me share that with you real quick. I'm sorry, Rajiv, I forgot about that. All right, here is the window, and you're going to have to add your own spaces in. I'm sorry from this chat room, the way it drops it in there, but let me go ahead and give you the symbols. 248 of them. So I do have a filter in here for that has to trade X amount of shares a day, before they start appearing in here. But you can change that. I think I have it set for 200,000 shares. I got to see some sort of volume, except in that Sohu. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of irrelevant stocks in there that don't really do anything. That's okay as long as you have your filter set. You won't pick them up. Gosh dang, is it not letting me drop these? I think it did this before. Ugh. Let me see if I can drop. Let me see if I can drop 5 lines. I'll leave it FTFF. Oh, I guess it's 200 characters I see now. Okay, so let's do this, Craig. It's not going to be enough. Uh, oh gosh, I'm gonna have to do this. Yeah, you know what? I don't want. I'm gonna have to s- space this out about 10 times in here. So, Rajiv, send a email to info@tradeideas.com. Yeah, I can do a global symbol list, but the problem is most of that is used by us. We just don't want to get a whole back office full of global symbol lists. So typically what I'll do is uh, just have somebody email it in. I'll be happy to send it with you. I can't go in there and do a global symbol list, but like I said, we use that to manage like Barry's watch list, my watch list that we use inside the software. So just send a. I'm able to get it. I can get it in. If you come to one of my webinars, I can get it in the go-to meeting with no problem. So I think most people have it, Rajiv. So just send an info to. I'm sorry, an email to that address that I dropped, or did I drop it? Yeah, just send it there, and I'll get it to you. We're finally getting a little bouncing Vips here. See if Baba's bouncing. Not really. Okay, of the China stocks that I have dropped in the swing trading alert, there's been some good ones. BSUN is currently in there. LI was dropped back when I bought it over here at around 29.50. Vips is in there right at this price from yesterday, around 10.35. Oh, Barry, so spooky whispering, man, scaring me.
Well, I didn't want to scare you. Instead of going, Andy. Now, first of all, I got to take. Listen, I tuned in about, I don't know, 25 minutes ago. I didn't hear anything. I said, well, I said another word, but what the heck's going wrong with my computer? I was fiddling with my mic. I was doing everything, and you were on mute. I didn't
Oh,
realize it. I think what's going on with my computer? Anyway. Yeah, yeah. So listen,
yeah.
I heard you talking with the symbolists and all, and you know that we're going to be able to copy and paste our symbolists to people. You know that, right?
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Now,
Yeah.
where are we going to be able to do that at? In the
Uh, I don't know exactly,
Yeah,
but you know the nonsense that you had to try to go
yes,
through will
yeah.
be not. I don't know when it's going to happen. I think it's pretty soon though, because I think it was in the one of the last development meetings. I think the first Monday of this month, I was in a development meeting, and they were talking about that. So I think it's
Okay,
going to be
good,
relatively soon. Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Now we got a lot of features coming, man. We really do.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
And I'm telling you, Andy, I mean, I have really, really warmed up to the races, like
oh
really
yeah,
in a big, 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 big way.
same.
Um, I have, I mean, I've had them up and running for, just displaying them for the last few months, but not really paying that much attention to it. But I'm telling you, even in this market, in this crummy, basically dreary, gloomy, who wants to buy anything market, these biggest gainers from the open
Oh yeah,
and have been just really, really good. Now, are we getting $1, $2, $3 moves? Maybe not, but and you may start branding me as a scalper again. But
exactly.
the thing is that I'm getting like 30, 40 cent moves
Easy.
on $3, $4, $5 stock. I'll
Oh
take
yeah.
that all day long.
Oh
And
sure.
to the point that I'm really not even looking at my alert windows that much anymore, which is incredible to me. I may have to pare down so much, maybe get a couple of races going, and that's it. I
I
mean,
know.
that could be it.
I totally agree, Steve. I mean, Barry, and I think once people warm up to it, uh, I mean, honestly, I don't even know why you would use the top list anymore. It's just uh,
Yeah.
so
No,
much easier.
exactly. I mean, yeah, I do like to just see what the ones that are right at the top, just in case some. But you know what I'm
Hmm.
also finding, Andy? It's not so much the pullbacks. I mean, I was thinking, because I'm not a big pullback player, and I was thinking, well, that's really what the top lists are all about. Yeah, you could find something in the middle of the pack that is starting to move, and of course you do. But in the last 4 or 5 days, anyway, what I'm seeing are stocks that are actually kind of near the high, and then they're moving again.
Right?
And you wouldn't see that in the top list. You
Eh,
know that they're at the top, but you're not
exactly.
seeing how well they're moving.
Exactly.
So yeah, I mean, I'm kind of excited about this now.
I know.
Completely, maybe change the way I trade.
Yeah. Well, a good example is only because I have it on my this, ABCL has been pretty much just going for me for like days. But yeah, if you're not running a race or looking at your P&L, it's just going to be uh it's like this MNSO. I've been wanting it all day. It just keeps going. And you're right. The moves are out there. And if you're running the races, you're not going to miss them.
Exactly.
Hmm.
No, you really will not miss them, and it makes it a lot easier. I mean, it's kudos to Dan. I mean,
Yeah.
but I mean, to coming up with this, and Brad, I'm sure Brad had a big
Sure.
hand in it too. But just the visual presentation of it, It really it's making a lot of sense to me now, like a lot of sense to me.
It
And
is.
it's you know what the trick is? It's having the right top list to run the race from. I mean, that's really
Oh
what it's all
yeah.
about.
Oh yeah. Change from the open's a good one. Change in 2 minutes is a good one too. So a lot of times you can catch stocks that really haven't moved yet, may not be strong on the open, but all of a sudden something comes in over the last 2 minutes, they're going to appear in your race. So
Mm.
yeah.
Uh,
Uh, I need, as a matter of fact, I've looked at that a little bit. I need to look into that more. I just kind of been focusing so much on the swing trading service, but uh, that I'm
What
trying to
swing
build
tra-
for this.
what
It's
swing trading?
it's 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 uh it's
No,
for
I'm kidding.
our China group.
No, I'm
Basically.
kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I'm
Oh yeah.
kidding.
Oh, I
The
thought you were
swing.
serious. Okay.
No, 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 no.
Hmm.
No, no, I know. Well, you know what, guys, I've got to take a look at MREO. Take a look at MREO right now. Why? Because it's just finally taking out that 200-day moving average. Take a look at it.
Oh
149 is the
yeah.
200-day, and
Yeah, I see
it's been
that.
on a race all day,
Wow.
but it just is now taking out that. I don't know how strongly it's going to take it
Yeah.
out, but I'm looking left, and I see the next high is around 172 or so on a
Uh-huh.
weekly chart.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a ton of room, but you know what?
Still,
Yeah,
it's a good chance it'll get there.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Huge volume.
Yeah, big volume, exactly. 98
Oh yeah.
million, almost going to trade the float. I mean, it's a big float, 102 million, but it's certainly going to trade the float today, which you
Oh
don't
yeah.
normally see when something's got 100 million in the float. So, yeah.
Oh man, yeah, that's for sure.
And this is all
Nice.
about an India rumor about AstraZeneca maybe buying them.
Oh, okay.
That is
Interesting.
yeah, that is the rumor of so. Not India, I shouldn't say. I guess. Well, I guess AstraZeneca is sort of India, but I guess it's in the UK also. But anyway, my friend,
All right.
you're a minute over. If you want to
No,
keep
that's
talking, great. But
all
if you
right.
want,
Well, yeah, I'm in no hurry, but let's see. Yeah, it probably is a sandwich or something down there calling my name, but
okay.
uh
Hey,
well,
how'd
we
your?
got a 3-day weekend, huh, Barry?
I love
Yeah, for
it.
sure.
First one of its kind too. Kind of historic, I guess. With
Yeah,
well, the
that's
first
right.
one
That's
with
right.
Juneteenth, yeah.
That's right.
So a little bit
Absolutely it is.
historic. Hey,
Uh-huh.
how's your water situation down in Texas? I keep hearing about droughts and all.
Oh, you know what?
We're
I think there's droughts everywhere. Yeah, we're definitely behind. But typically, what happens in Texas is we do, then you get a like a deluge or something in the fall, and everything's back to normal.
oh,
But
okay, okay,
it's not like you see in California where it just seems like it's been going on for years, and out west. Uh,
okay.
but yes, things are dry here, and it's hot. It's going to be a hot summer. We haven't had a really hot summer in a long time since 2012 or tour where what I'm talking about is like 30 plus days over 100, during the summer.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's brutal.
What about your humidity? Do you get humidity there too, or
Yeah, we do, but I don't get it quite much up here in North Texas where I am, versus in South and East. But
right?
it still could be sticky for sure.
Okay.
Hmm.
All right, my friend. I'll
All
let
right,
you go and
all right,
get back into the other room too. So thanks, Andy. Have a
all
great
right.
week, or have
Take
a great
care.
long weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, you too, Barry. Bye bye.
Okay. All right, guys. Let me get my music going. All right, guys. I should be back in both rooms now. I was talking to Andy for a little bit over that 1 o'clock period. It's not going to happen in a perfect circle. It's just not going to happen. We're not going to have a Mac version. So you can table pound all you want. So guys, I the only trade I'm in right now, and I took this just before my break, was the Clovis. Okay, and you heard me talking about the Clovis. It hasn't really moved. I'm actually in. I actually broke a minor rule. I got in at 110. The reason I got in at 110 as opposed to waiting for the 112 break is that it kept winning a race over and over, even though it was just a very small percentage. So I thought I would take it. And again, with the Clovis over that 112, when you look left, I mean, this has got like a ton of room. 143 is the next high looking left. So I'm not saying it's going to get anywhere close to that, but and it's a big float, 141 million in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move it, but it looks pretty good. And I see the market is now putting in a nice little pop here, even on the market. Oh, I see what you were talking about, Zach, in terms of pounding. You had the biggest hammer in the world. Look at this 5-minute chart for SRRK. So yeah, I mean, this was running race after race after race, and finally, gets exhausted, and it hit 878. How many times? About looks like one, two, three, four in that range. So even if you'd waited, to take out the lows of that candle. I mean, granted, you would have been given up about 60 cents, but you get in around 823 down to 719. That's tremendous. That is tremendous. Uh, okay, I'm not on mute. Good. Wanted to make sure that mute didn't hit when I took over from Andy, but I'm not on mute. So this one from your top list, Zach, is not shortable for me, unfortunately. SOUN. Keep an eye on SIGA, guys. SIGA. Keep an eye on SIGA. SIGA. Little break out of all this mess here, and it looks like it's trying to run a little bit. It did hit about 1150 or so in the pre-market. So now, some of the things they're working on, I'm noticing, I don't know why it's happening quite now, but the herky jerkiness of the races. This is one of the things that they're absolutely working on to get rid of this, make it a little bit more smooth. I mean, that CMRA, we just kept starting to win a race right around here, right around that 430 mark. Thank you, Midian. Yeah. Sometimes what happens is I don't do it, but it automatically puts me into mute mode when one of us hands off. So when I take over from Andy or one of the other traders every now and then. And I forget to look at that, but it didn't happen today. I see Real put a scan in. Thank you, Real. So just as I was getting back into the other room, yeah, okay, that was short-lived. Keep an eye on the MREO though again. It did briefly take out that 200-day moving average. So what I'm going to do is just put an alert at the high. The only issue I've got with it is that when you look left on the weekly chart, the next high, it's not that far away, So if it takes out that 150, which I'd have to wait for, the next high is about 170. I don't have that one from the topping scan, but let's see. That's because it's outside the price range. You're talking about Zach's scan? Of course, his topping scans are shorts, right? So if I were going to take this, I don't know when the first alert was. Now I start look, I don't look left anymore. I'm looking left intraday though. I'm not looking left on a daily or a weekly or monthly chart anymore. So I'm looking to see, maybe on a 5 minute chart where there might be some support that it may only get to, things like that. That's why you hear me sometimes say, well, you know, I don't I don't like the look of it because I think there might be support too close, but I'm talking intraday. So I'm not looking at a daily or a weekly or monthly anymore. Not for a bounce or a topping. Only if the stock is making, near the high of the day or the low of the day, do I start looking left. Well, then you've got Blue Moon, you've got his scans. Real scans, let me see if I can find them. Okay, these are the two that he shared. This is to go long, the first one, and then and the next one is to go short. But you already have rack scans, the bouncer. That's all I'm talking about, the bouncers toppers. Wow, SOUN now, it came off the bottom there. Now, let's look left. What do we see? 412? Are you kidding me? Look at this one, guys. The next high is 412, and after that it's 524. If this keeps it up, this could be primo. I mean, the next high is 412, and it got almost right there. Got up to 413, in fact. Well, it's the same, Blue Moon. It's exactly, bounce plays, bouncers and top, Zach's bouncers and toppers. It's the same. All right, must put alert up here around 414 for SOUN, because if it can take that out, I mean, the next high I have to make sure I'm reading this. Yeah, 524. That's a big, 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 big potential gap. I mentioned AMC as I posted AMC a little breakout. Yeah. So much for the SIGA, SIGA. Oh, you mean sorry, yeah, our KK. All right, guys, just yeah, wish this warrant weren't here. Should get rid of the warrants. We do have a warrant symbol list, but evidently this is not in it yet. Thank you, Pepe. I'm sort of drifting away from sound alerts, just concentrating on these. But thank you. You're right. Good job. Yeah, real. Yeah, and no offense. I am trying to get away, believe it or not. I know it sounds crazy, from alerts. And I'm trying to, what I want, my goal now is to try to create some races based on, not just from the change from the open, but I will take a look at them. So, Midian, so, okay, I mean, I'm just looking here, 412 is the next high. I mean, I just look at the next high. So 524 is what I see for SOUN. I'm not sure where you're seeing 440 unless that's some kind of a fib. All right, guys, well, let's see where the SOUN goes. We must be looking at something else, Midian. I don't see a 440 on a 15-minute chart anywhere. Unless something, I don't see a big topping tail. Midian is saying 440 is the next high. Looking left on a 15-minute chart, I don't see that. Yeah, I'm wondering if my noise cancellation is working as well. Look at the sound. I mean, guys, I don't know what else to say. SOUN. I'm not sure what else to say. Just had to take out that high again, and now look at it go. Now, I'm not saying it's going to get up to this level here. I've taken some off. I have no idea where it's going to go. SOUN. Oh, I thought you meant there was a sound because I do have. Okay, Jonathan, I have my little robot cleaning the house in the background. I thought you meant that. So I thought you were referring to that. Yeah, guys, I mean, look at this. I mean, this is fabulous. I mean, look at this. Fabulous, guys. SOUN. So again, Midian, I don't see a 440 on a previous 5-minute candle. Unless I'm just not looking correctly, I don't see it. Oh, never mind pre-market. Oh, okay. I'm only looking market. I'm not going back. Yeah, I'm only talking market than market hours. I might have been influenced and had it happen in today's pre-market, but if it happened on the 10th, I don't really care. Yeah, we're past it anyway. Doesn't really matter, does it? Okay, guys. Well, that is a great, 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 quick percentage move trade. I still have some left, but um, and while we're doing all that, yeah, I got out of the Clovis. It's just not moving. And so basically, I got out of the Clovis flat. Yeah, so the VORB, I mean, it's got a little bit of room. 372 is the next high looking left, but nowhere near. I mean, look at the difference. Look at VORB. Yeah, it's winning a race, and it may keep moving. Don't get me wrong, but when I look left, what do I see? 372. Look at the difference between that and SOUN. I mean, when I look left, 524 is the next high looking left. I mean, that's a massive difference. I saw Andy or somebody asked in the YouTube room during that 12 to 1 period, I think it was, who was it? Was it Haida? How do you, I don't know if the question was, how do you confirm momentum or something to that effect? And of course, there is nothing that's going to confirm momentum. Nothing is going to tell you, okay, you get this and it's going to keep going. Nothing. But, and I think Andy answered it sort of the same way I would. I look left. Doesn't mean it's going to, but the less chart resistance there is, put the odds in your favor. That's all. Just put the odds in your favor that it could keep moving until it hits the next high. A lot of other reasons why a stock won't keep moving. Eventually profit taking. For those of you who use fibs, maybe it's coming into some kind of a fib level. Maybe it's hitting a channel. There are all sorts of other reasons. I just like to take one of the reasons why a stock may not keep going higher out of the equation. And to me, it's just the simplest thing to do. Simplest thing to do. Just look left. And if you don't see anything on a daily chart, and when I say don't see anything, imagine all of this was below the price. So the next thing I would have to do, okay, check the weekly then to see if I can see something above the current price. I mean, obviously I could, if I didn't see anything on the daily chart, I could start to scroll back and all that. But why do that? Why not just look at the weekly chart? Make it easy. That's why I have the weekly and the monthly up. If I don't see anything in the weekly, then I check the monthly. Yeah, so the question in our YouTube room is to kind of explain the stock race. Well, the first thing I do want to draw your attention to, though, is our user guide. Okay, I will explain it, but it's, you might forget some of the things I'm going to say, so you should have a reference. And if you haven't already done this, if you go to my home page, okay, click on my homepage link, and then go to the education section. Click on the education section, then go to the user guide, click on the user guide, and then scroll down until you see TI stock race, okay? So I mean, that'll give you the basis for what it's all about. Not this specific one, but just, the general idea of it. I think there are a couple of videos and there's some text, okay? So that gives you the basis. So the reason why the races are kind of cool, and I say I've really, really warmed up to them. They're all based on top lists. So let me see what I can see here. So the theory would be this. Excuse me. When you look, oops. When you look at a top list, it's kind of static. So I do see that, well, okay, now I've got it sorted on the position in the day's range. But how do I know if ADAP is actually moving right now? I don't really. All I know is at the top of the range, but is it moving? INO, is it moving? Is it moving? I really don't know. Not by looking at this. So what the top list does, or what this does, is it says, okay, now is it bulletproof? Of course not. But look at the SOUN. It's moving now. I wouldn't necessarily see it on a semi-static top list. Okay. And so that is what it's all about. This is a different version of it. So you can see it right here. SOUN. But would I know that it's moving right now? No, I just wouldn't know that. The SRRK, I have no idea if it's moving right now, and it's moving down, to Zach's delight. But when you look at it, sure, it's at the top of this list. I guess it's sorted on. I don't know what it's sorted on, but that doesn't tell me anything. It doesn't tell me, is it moving? I really don't know. So this is almost, I'm really, really warming up to this, because it's sort of like a combination of an alert window and a top list moving very quickly, or in kind of real time, really drawing your attention. This one, but I encourage you, Haida, I will give you this one, but you may have to make, I don't know, you might want to, make your own adjustments. But I can give this to you, share it. And just to give you an idea about what it's doing, this is my race setup. Now, this doesn't have to be your race setup. I'm running this every 4 minutes. So every 4 minutes, it'll start a new race. I'm basing it on the change from the open. This is the key one, the sort on delta. Okay. That's the key. And the change from the open. And then I check, I want it to replace cars. So something that might be way down to the bottom, and it's starting to move. I like to see the company logos. And I have an auto rerun. So what that means is once the 4 minute race is over, it'll start another one. And it's almost immediate now. I mean, it takes about 10 seconds. I was talking yesterday to Brad in Trade Ideas, and they may be able to get it down to 5 seconds. 10 seconds to me is fine, but that's what it's all about. And of course, you have the opportunity, if you want to have a longer race. I think in the channel, it's a 10-minute race, and that's fine. I want them to be 4 minutes, and I don't think there's no right or wrong. And so if you think of it like this, every stock starts from a baseline of, say, 0. Okay. So every single stock in this top list window is starting sort of from a baseline of 0. But what if this one way down here that I won't see because it's not there near the top, IRNT, what if it starts really moving? Okay. I wouldn't see it. I wouldn't have any idea that this one is moving. just as an example, okay? In relation to the rest of this top list. I wouldn't have any idea. So, you may want to have I've got this on the biggest gainers from the open. You could also do it the biggest losers from the open. Just to sort of flip this. I mean, the sound, how good is that? Honestly, guys, how good is this? I'm not saying we couldn't found sound somewhere else, but this visual presentation of it makes it pretty interesting just to, follow the races all day long. And again, you could set up different types of races. The biggest gainers from the open. Andy was talking about the biggest change in 2 minutes, the biggest percentage change in 2 minutes. Run a race on that as an example. Try it out. I didn't like them before either, Jonathan. I'll be, I used to cringe every time we were in a marketing meeting and Dan is talking about it, and you and I just didn't like it. But the absolute key is to having the right top list to run it on. And I wasn't running it on the biggest gainers from the open as an example. I can't even remember what I was running it on, but it certainly wasn't that. The other thing I'm finding is that, I used to think it was really only good to pick up, because in all my scans are based on a stock making a new high or a new low for the day. I won't see a stock, in one of these windows unless that happens. So I was thinking, okay, the races could help in that if a stock pulls back and then it starts to move, yeah, not being a big pullback player, but okay. But I'm finding that, hey, these are stocks that are near the highs of the day and exploding still, so. Well, Vicky, I mean, you know that I'm not saying I'm going to completely abandon alert windows, but I can really see the value of this acting like a hybrid. I'm patenting it. We'll call it the hybrid topless alert window. And so the idea really is to get, I mean, listen, the program can be overwhelming. You can have so many different alert windows, topless windows, lots of things happening all at once, never getting anything done. And I fall into the same pitfall sometimes because I am trying to do, mainly because I'm trying to give ideas all day long, not necessarily things I would necessarily take because I can't concentrate so much. So I've got all sorts of different ideas going. I'm in a trading room trying to throw ideas out. There might be 10 people in the room says, hey, that makes sense to me, that sort of matches my trading style, so they do it. But we can really it's corny, but less is more. Sometimes less is more. No, the AI I don't even look at anymore. All right, guys. And I mean, I mean, they're not all the same, obviously, but give me, I don't know, like 3 or 4 SOUNs a day. I'll do it. And the thing is, because it's so highly visual. I did not take this one, but I noticed the racing was starting right around here, this 430 level. It's, because it's more of a pullback, but hey, I may warm up to that. No idea, perfect. No idea. I think Jamie might, but I don't. Mike is, yeah, that's what people are saying. I don't know how I mean, it hasn't bothered me too much, but I will say this. You're right. Probably get a better, the black background with green. I mean, I can see them fine, but now the other thing that's being improved, okay, you see, it's too herky jerky. We're talking about that yesterday, and see how this is a little herky jerky, and sometimes they overlap. That is all being cleaned up. That is all being cleaned up. But I don't have like where I'm looking at, I don't have a problem seeing CMRA as an example. I mean, you look, I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm not saying, and remember now, I mean, yeah, the market's moving a little higher, but we're not really a bull market. And so what we're finding is these little gems. I mean, guys, I can honestly see a time in which all you're going to see are races on my monitor. I don't want to have 1,000 of them going, but then, again, what's interesting for me is that there doesn't seem to be really like a down period. You know how sometimes you're looking at stuff, you're looking at your scans, and nothing is really happening, not getting any new alerts, and you kind of twiddling your thumbs. Well, I'm not finding that even when the market is flattening out, just seeing things. So Shady, the race I'm showing, and I know you know how to do this. So let me give it to you. Okay, then you can take a look at it. So the premise is this: it's based on a top list, and I've got a couple of basically the biggest gainers from the open. Okay, so it's based on a top list, and it's the biggest gainers from the open. But the stock also has to be up. Well, okay, I'll show you exactly what it's looking at here. I right click, configure. Okay, so the prices, this is for me. Prices between 1 and 50, 200,000 shares minimum, has to be up at least 2% from the previous close. And then I'm sorting by the change from the open with the biggest on top. Okay, so that's the original. So very few filters. And then configure symbol lists. Oops. So I started, sorry. I think I've got a couple of top lists going on the other. So I think I started it from here, okay? This one, the biggest gainers from the open. And so I basically went, right click, launch the stock race. And the trick is right now, anyway, you might be able to, no, I guess you can't. No, it only goes to 10. So you have to expand this. I mean, this has got to be changed, okay? Expand it so you can have many more symbols. Okay, I don't know if that's the maximum is 33. Then I'm running at 4 minutes. Okay, it says one right now. Now, based on the change from the open, okay, change from the open percent, and then sort on delta, the change. And then that's it. I just let it run. I mean, I've got I replaced the car, so something that's down here will come up. I like to see the company logos instead of a race car. And then I have it on auto rerun. But I mean, to answer your question, it's showing stocks that, meet these filter requirements in the top list, but are starting to move now. And what I probably maybe do on the weekend is have another race based on, say, the ones that are changing the most in the last 2 minutes, percentage wise. Things that are changing the most in the last 2 minutes. So if you came in a little bit late, I'm considering that these are kind of, whoops, these are kind of like a hybrid between an alert window and a top list window. Because this is sort of giving you a real-time alert within a top list of what's happening. And again, just to put a final word on it, something could be moving down here that I won't see. In a normal top list window, you're sorting on some column. And so sure, you see the ones that are, this is the position in the day's range that I've got it sorted on. Let me just do the position from the open. Okay. But something like blue might be moving now. I wouldn't have a clue that it's moving now. It could be. I'm not saying it is, because my eyes are drawn to the top here. But even SUN could be still moving now. I wouldn't necessarily know, unless I'm staring at this price and I'm seeing it changing. But why do that? Why not just have a race based on it? Okay. And when something is moving now in relation to the rest of the symbols on the top list, I'll know about it. Now, again, maybe not everybody's cup of tea, but you know me. I mean, I was have no idea how much we were hammered at to really really give it a fair shot within the company. And yes, yes, in essence, yes, shady. Right now, yes. But imagine this. You see this one sound, okay? SOUN. Right now it's at 72%. It's the change from the open is 72%, okay? You see how it just changed to 74%, okay? Well, and what if it changed to 77% and then 78% and then 80%? Probably you'll be seeing that happening right here. As opposed to, how would you really know that's happening if you're just staring at a top list window? How would you know something down here, that's 16.9%, is now, BCYC is starting, I mean, I'm making this one up, but I mean, what if this is at, right now, I'm staring at it, it says 16.9%. What if now it's at 17.1, then it's at 17.5, then it's at 18. I would never know that. Never, never, never. So it could be winning a race, even though these ones may not be moving at all, but this one is starting to move. And I would never know that. Oh, you've never, okay. Yeah, and again, shady. I mean, you can of course adjust it to how you like it, but yes. Um, Look at PGen. I mean, I wonder what PGen is doing. Now, the other thing I really want to concentrate on, though, if something is winning a race and it's up like 0.8%, who cares? But what we're seeing, if you see something that's 3, 4, or 5%, I mean, that's pretty significant. So again, my race setup is this. So I mean, I'm running it every 4 minutes. If you went to the channel bar and you clicked on if you clicked on the race that they run on the biggest gainers from the open, it's running on 10 minutes. It's up to you, of course, but based on change from the open percent and sort on delta value, okay? And the only thing to do is to elongate this. I don't know why this is 10. Is to make sure you have enough stocks running. So you might have to like elongate this. I can't do it here. And you'll see that you can then, get this up to at least 33. And what I do is I check replace cars, I check the company logos, and I check auto rerun. So in other words, when the race is finished, it'll start another one almost immediately. And then you just let it go. You just let it run all day long. Have to start again. All right, guys. 150. So, again, just because something is winning a race doesn't mean you pile into the trade. But look at CYRN as an example. Okay. So when I look left, what do I see? 271. I mean, that's got a ton of room. So I mean, this is now something, if it took out 234, that little high there, that probably is going to get me interested in maybe taking this trade. Because when I look left, it's got, on a percentage basis, it's got a ton of room, as an example. For those of you who are more into scalping, this is probably a great little scalper. I mean, look at the MREO. Now, I don't think it's got a ton of room, but it's been struggling to get through that 200-day moving average. But it keeps winning a race, because it's coming off these bottoms. All right. So you just put an alert. You put an alert up here at that 200-day moving average and see if it takes it out again. My problem with it is that 172 is the next high, which is, I guess, I mean, if it got through 151, 152, and if it got anywhere close to 172, that'd be fine. But it doesn't have as much room as I'd like to see, especially with that float. 102 million in the float. It's going to take a bunch to move it. I mean, it's traded the float though, 105 million. It has traded the float. And again, this is all to do with an AstraZeneca, call it a rumor. This is what we're talking about right there. Following reports suggesting is weighing a bid for MREO. Let's see why. Yeah, I mean, I probably would take the trade. What was it? CYRN, sorry, CYRN. Yeah, because it's got the room. It doesn't work. I mean, I'll have I'm not sure where I'll put my stop. I have to figure that out, but maybe, 224 down here. Look at Revlon. I bet you Revlon is starting to win a race. Look at Revlon, guys. Now, that was winning many races early on in the day. And now look at it. Okay, let's see if it comes back. Again, this is another one with I guess I want to call it more than just a rumor. But this company out of India, Reliance, may be making a run at them. Taking them out of their agony. Of course, here's always the wow. Here's always the problem with something like this. If some report comes out saying, you know what, no. But so this is why I would never hold something like this overnight. Never. I mean, how good is this? I mean, seriously, guys, how good is it? I mean, they can be quick hitters, but William, well, I don't know, maybe you just, you won't want to trade like this, but So it may come to a point where I like my basic new highs and lows because it's reading this out to me, REV. But look, guys, 15%. I mean, in theory, I could get rid of all these charts. Right, guys. What can I say right now? Time is it? 1:58. I feel like I've been given a new toy to play with, even though this has been around for about 3 or 4 months. Take a look at coin from Zach. Okay, so this is what he's talking about. Senate Democrats, crypto miners emissions. Now, the one thing that I've been asking them for, and I think there's a way to do it, but they're telling me down the road, what I want to see is in this right-hand column here, you see, I want to see the ones that have won the races the most all day long. So, if something has won the race, 30 times, and then I want to see the next one and the next one and the next one. Right now, I think there's a way in which you can sort it like that, but it, I won't like it. And I think that's what they told me. Because but that is something that will come. So imagine if you just see, you see the same stock over and over and over again. I mean, something's happening. All right. Like for instance, is this now? This is something I would never normally do, but look at this SRRK. Maybe it's put in that bounce, and it has on the 5-minute chart room to 640 until it hits some resistance. So if you don't want mine though, okay, quick and easy way to do it is go to new from our toolbar, click on dock channel bar. And I mean, it's based on this and it's explosive winners and you're going to see them right here. The only difference, I've made some changes because, I don't want to see something that's trading, 7,000 or whatever it is, like 200 shares or 1,000 shares. I wanted to see 200,000 minimum. That's about the only difference. But if you just hung on this channel all day long, hey, and I know we could just do it excuse me, explosive losers. I'm sure it's just be the flip of it, of looking to short things. Can you run? So Haida asked in our YouTube room, can I run a race on personal symbols list based on volume? What do you mean by based on volume exactly? I mean, you can run a race just based on the symbols you want to see, yes. But what do you mean by based on volume? Based on increasing volume, because then you could probably run a race based on the relative volume. Now you could probably run a race then based on using relative volume and show stocks that are increasing in relative volume. So yes, I guess in theory, yes. Personally, I mean, no, listen, I mean, you can do anything you want, of course. It wouldn't interest me, but yes, I guess you could do that. So you would base the race and set a change in um, biggest gainers from the open. In fact, I think there might be one here. Just give me a moment here. There might be one based on relative volume, increasing relative volume. And then all it would mean is you just create your own personal symbol list and attach it to the top list. But let me just see if there is something. Price and volume. Let's see. So relative volume of winners since the open between $1 and $100. So you could try this. I have no idea what sort of alerts you're going to get from it. But you see, it's based on relative volume, yes. Now, target value, I'm not sure what that means. It may mean that, I think what that would mean is that it has to be at least increasing by 1. But I have not run this one before, so I don't know what. So there's Rev. So it's actually showing some volume here too. Look at that. So it's showing some volume. You can see the volume is increasing. Doesn't mean it's going up though, of course, but I could just see the volume is increasing. So you could go to Haida, you could go to the channel bar and go to the price and volume stock racing channel. And you can follow this. And all you'd have to do, if you like this setup, then you just go to config, right click configure, and then symbol lists. Make sure you add your symbol list so it's in this left-hand column. And then just check only the following lists and check it. And so it will only be looking at your symbols if that's what you want to do. Okay? But there's a starting point for you right there. For me, it really wouldn't. I wouldn't use it for me personally because something is increasing in volume. Because I want to see stocks that are moving higher. Doesn't mean absolutely that something is moving higher just because the volume is increasing. But hey, listen, everybody's different. So what's happening here on the rev? It got up to this level here, 448. It pulled back, and now what it's telling me is that it's starting to move again. But I thought, Pepe, I asked for that and the top 10 winners, but it would do something here that I wouldn't like it. I remember asking them that, and they said, you can do it, but you won't like it yet. So consequently, I'm not doing it. No idea. Mike, the question was in our YouTube room, do I have any idea when Rev is taken off the market? You're talking about a delisting? No. You'd have to. But also, look at this. Look at this. I mean, there's even more news here. Revlon borrows 375 million in bankruptcy to shore up supply chain. If this doesn't remind you of Hertz, well, maybe they've changed it then, Pepe. Because when I asked this question a couple of weeks ago, they said yes, you can, but then it's going to somehow disrupt this. But maybe maybe it's changed, so maybe I could do that now. Now the question is where? Show, oh, I see, right. Show top 10 winners. Well, let's just see. It was something was going to happen in this list, but we'll see. So here's again, guys, SOUN. For those of you, wanting to take a look at something that might be finally bouncing after a big downturn, I don't know. SOUN. Maybe it's starting to come back a little. I mean, you still need some trading experience, right? I mean, it's not just, just because, I mean, I see comments, well, this won a race and I took it, but it didn't work. Well, if it were that easy. Well, let's see what happens then, Pepe. I want to see. This might be okay now. I remember when I asked the question before, they said I wouldn't like it. But but granted, this was a couple of weeks ago, so maybe there's big changes in this. You're going to be able to do things like um, you hover over the symbol, and you'll get all sorts of information. You'll see the price, like you'll see the price. You'll see maybe even like a little pop-up chart. There's all sorts of things happening here. I don't remember seeing HTCR ever. Again, this MREO is, again, trying to take out that 200-day moving average. So one of the things, in conjunction with using the price alerts, something wins a race, you say, well, big deal. Like you might say, okay, but like the MREO, all right, I don't like it. I don't want to take it just because it's winning a race because it really has to get through that 200-day moving average as an example. I might say that. So you put a price alert there. SIGA, okay, let's take a look at SIGA. Zach is talking about SIGA, SIGA, and some call sweeps at 1250. And as he says, it's nearing green. In other words, turning positive for the day. And this is what he's talking about. All right, guys, it's 2:14 now. So remember, markets close on Monday. So those of you outside of, well, North America or the States, and certainly Europe, remember the markets are closed on Monday. The US market's closed on Monday. There's SIGA, guys. Probably went green. Not quite, almost. Well, Shady, I read your comment, but remember, these are not just showing stocks that are at the highs moving. These could be stocks that are pulled back and are starting to move too. So Shady's first. I didn't I didn't see COGT, so I don't know. You must have a different setting or something because I'm not seeing COGT at all. Ah, okay. All right, guys, I was going to say I'm staring at my thumbnail charts, but I don't have to anymore. Okay, so this is telling me that now the issue is I've closed this down several times or I've stopped it several times. So that's why, so what it'll say here, that's why that SOUN six, that means it's won a race six times. But if I had not monkeyed around with this at all during the day, this would probably be, I don't know, 13, 14, maybe 20, I don't know. So you can look at something like this and just look at the ones at the top, and maybe later on in the day, I mean, if something has won a race over and over and over again all day long, maybe something, at the end of the day or near the end of the day could start happening. I do have a copy. I don't know if it's going to be exactly this, but as Vicky says, I mean, this might not be for everybody, but I mean, I certainly wasn't in love with it, when they kept talking about it. I wasn't in love with it at all. So look at or sound, SOUN, as an example, okay? What I'd be doing right now, not would I, I'm going to just stick an alert at around 434. Why not? And see if it takes out, there's one, two, three 5-minute candles at that high. You can kind of see if it could took that out. Hey, it may have another run to the 5 level. So, in conjunction with setting price alerts, all right, now there's the MREO. Again, just a little bit above that 200-day moving average. My only issue with it is this, is that when I look left, I don't see like a ton of room. I see what was it, 170 or so? 172. That might be enough for some people, but it just doesn't have a ton of room. And the fact that it's got 102 million in the float means, it's going to take a mighty effort to keep moving it. I mean, it's already up 85%. How do you remove cars in a race? Okay. Well, you can limit the number of cars, but I mean, it's always based on a top list, okay? It's always based on a top list, and so it's going to extract, from the top list. Now, are you saying, you? Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, I think on your version, I think, if not, it'll be coming. If you don't have, when you, okay, let me do this again. Okay, so if I right click and I show race setup, go to race setup, okay, and I don't know if you guys have this option yet, but if it says show company logos is one of the options. Is that what you mean? You just want the symbols? Yeah. Well, you'll see the logos. Now it's possible. I can't do it here. I have to do it in the other. But if you want to see the company logos, and that's what you would choose. But let me just start one. Let me just see if I can start another one from scratch. Look at Rev, guys. I mean, Rev, Rev, Rev. So let me start one from scratch and see what happens. Launch the race. This has to be changed. You should be able to put a number in. Oh well. Okay. Um, if I leave this blank, I just want to see what happens. I've never tried it like this, so based on again the change from the open and sort on the delta, I'm going to auto rerun it. Yeah, see, I replace cars is not what you think. At least I don't think it is. Yeah, it's not what you think. It means replacing something that's like bottom of the list and zipping it to the top. Okay. So if you don't want to see cars though, you want to see the company logo, then that's what you do. You check that. Okay, so you don't have that option. Okay, so it must be in another version. I'm on a development version always. Okay, so that must be the reason. Yeah, I think it looks cleaner without the cars. Okay, thank you, Pepe. What are you trying to do, Dak? If it's an account issue, of course I can't help you. So you want to pay? We should be able to accept. Okay, well, Marissa, you don't have to get a hold of Marissa. So let me just give you the. Yeah, there is no 3-year subscription though. Okay, so if that's what you're trying to do, you know that. But you're on the month. Like, why would you want to? You're on that old month to month at a crazy low rate. So we don't have like a 3-year. Well, try. Yeah, our phone is really. I mean, we don't do very much on the phone. I go to the homepage. Okay, click on the link, and then the questions and answers. When you see that, and then go to the ask and just give them your email address and tell them what you want to do. There are other people other than Marissa who can maybe help. Okay. Well, again, yeah, just go there. I mean, there are other people in accounting that are there, so that can take a look at your account and see what can be done. I think that yeah, today I think Dan and Brad are I think they're entertaining the troops that live in the San Diego area. So that might be the reason. It's funny, I saw BBIO on the races a long time ago. Yeah, I saw it right around here. I mean, remember seeing it at the beginning of the day. But let's do this. Let us create the race of stocks that are moving down. Let's see what I can do here. First of all, configure. Let's see what I've got here. Yeah, so I'm going to get rid of the current volume because I want to. I'm going to get rid of the earnings per share because it can block some stuff. And I'm not getting too much. I'm going to put two. I want to have it basically the same as the other one. The change from the close minus 2%. Okay, so this is exactly the same as the other one. Except now we're going to be looking for stocks moving down. So let's launch the race. And I just picked 4 minutes. I mean, it's nothing magical about 4 minutes. And also, this is the only issue right now that has to be solved. See, it stops at 10 unless I stretch this out, which is ridiculous, of course, but you know what? See, now I may, and it looks like 32, 33 is the most. Okay, now again, position, I'm sorry, change from the open. Delta, replace cars, show company logos. Biggest loser wins, auto rerun. And I have no idea what it's going to look like. Do a quick check. All right. And it takes 10 seconds to start a race right now. So let's just see what happens. I have no idea what it's going to look like. See, this has to, I mean, this jumbling around herky-jerky action. So there's KZIA. So I'm just gonna let this run for a bit, okay? Okay, so here, for instance, BPT. So this is showing me a stock that is starting to move down. You know, it's a weak stock because it's down from the open. It's at least 2% down from the open. So it's showing me a stock that is starting to move down. So it doesn't necessarily mean, you know, the stock's at the low of the day, of course. It just means that a stock is now starting to move down. OILU, what's it doing? You know, I mean, this one is this crazy Bank of Montreal thing, which I don't really know what it's all about. And I will agree with you guys. This is difficult to read, certainly on the red. Red on red is not a good look. So I mean, that's got to be easy enough to change. So this could give us interesting tops. Anyway, I will monitor this. Probably let this run on Tuesday all day and just see what sort of you know, what's happening. Let me save this one. You know, here's DWAC starting to move down. DWAC starting to move down. What a mess this one is. But imagine if I saw something that said -3 or -4 or -5% instead of just these, you know, puny ones. All right, guys. Well, I am going to now just go over my watch or my home page one last time for the week. We're getting close to, am I getting myself on mute? STRY may halt. Let's take a look at that before I do this. STRY. Look at this. Yeah, Starry Group. So some of the things I'm trying to figure out, you know, why is this not making it into the top list as an example? And that's the STRY. SIGA, yes, SIGA is now positive. Zach was talking about this one, so now it is positive, and maybe that, what was it, 1250? Yeah, 1250 might be a bit of a magnet. This is what Zach was talking about. Okay, the call sweeps, 1250. Now there's the SOUN, guys. I mean, it is. Remember I said it's crawling off the bottom here? So let's see if that area holds and starts to move. And you know, I mean, look, we've got $5 way up here. You know, I'm not saying it's getting there. No, I didn't see it. I was on my break, so I did not see it. I know it showed up in Zach's scan. That happened. Yeah, see, it happened right. I was on my break. It happened at 12:07, so I did not see it. But you're right. That would have been exact because and what I saw on that one on that 5-minute chart, if my memory serves me, let me just bring it up. Yeah, had I not been on my, I mean, look at the 15-minute chart, but look at the 5-minute chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, right at the alert price, which was, well, a little bit above it, but That would have been awesome to see all that. And then even if you left 60 cents on the table and said, you know what though, I'll short it underneath here, at that 820 mark. I mean, yeah, the 15 had a couple. Because I guarantee I would not have shorted it until it took out probably that 815, 820 mark. All right, let me continue on with my homepage and all the information there. Okay, guys, so if you click on my homepage link, obviously a way in which you can take out a subscription. Now, this promo code in theory it expires, well, it says on Sunday, but I bet you any money it'll be still available Monday night. I think they do have a Juneteenth code also, but this will probably be okay. And if it's not, don't worry. If you said, you know what, I tried this code on Monday and it didn't work, and you come in the room on Tuesday, don't worry. I'll make sure you get the 20% off somehow. Okay. So there's the code to use though. Thanks, Dad 20 for 20% off the first month only or the entire year. Mandatory that you do this. So let's get started. Mandatory. And that'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 videos. Meanwhile, MREO guys, see this will be a great addition. It'll tell you the price. So instead of my having to remember, what was that price? MREO, it'll tell me the price right there. And this is something over the next probably I'd say within a couple of weeks, this is going to be really improved. Stock of the day that I do, you can sign up for it right here. That's at noon every day, noon Eastern. Trade of the week. Obviously, there will not be one on Monday, but you should get one Tuesday morning. And that is free service. Usually it's Monday morning before the market opens. Scans that I'm sharing right here. I'm going to have to add my races, I guess, at some point. And then all the education right here. So if you want to learn more about the racing, go to the user guide and scroll down until you see the TI stock race. That'll give you an idea about what it's all about, okay? But what I would first do is make sure you understand all this. Sorry. Getting started, the channel bar, the alert windows and top list window, especially the top list window. Now that if you're going to get into racing, understand what the top list window can do. So Chris will be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 today. All right. So before I shut the room down, the main room down at 3:30, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there, listen to Chris. Chris uses races. He was a pioneer. Daily webinars next week, Monday, Wednesday, following week, Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, great little series. Michael Nasa Trade Ideas put this together. Starts off with what is a stock? So save my link. If you save my link, then you can look at all this whenever you want. My scans, the education section. But this is one that I was really considering early on in the day, this PRG. Now look at it. Look at this run now. So here's another thing you can do. In the pre-market, you can take a look at the stocks that are really running. Okay, ones that really run, and you can make a symbol list just of those and follow those all day long, as an example. Or you could do things like this. You see a stock you like, you heart it, and then to your top list, if you just create stocks all day long that you want to follow and create a race from those stocks, then you just right click, make sure you attach, right click, configure, symbol list, and where is it? My liked. My liked. So just, I don't talk about this very much, but when you click on a heart, it automatically goes into a symbol list that we've created for you called My Liked. So the first time you do it, you don't have to create the symbol list called My Liked. We've done it for you, and then the first time you click on a heart, it goes into that symbol list. So in theory, if you just want to follow stocks that you like all day long in the racing format, then you got your top list and configure symbol list and make sure all you have to do is say only the following list in this drop down menu and check my liked. And then it'll only follow your stocks that you like. And you can add and subtract all day long. I mean, the only issue is that, well, I don't think it's a big deal. If you don't want something anymore, let's say something in the race is coming through, you don't like it anymore, you just click the heart and it'll, get out of that list. So that's another way to do it. And there's Starry up here. I know Zach is shorting this one. I don't know why. Oh, it is showing up here. Now it is showing up here. I have to figure out why it didn't show up here though. The volume certainly was good enough. SOUN. Um, okay, D888. So the question is there an advantage to having Benzinga Pro or should I just use the news via Trade Ideas? Great. Stephanie's awesome, Dak. Okay, here's the deal. If you're using our news isn't that current. Okay, it's not bad, using it in the pre-market when you're wanting to see something that's moving. Usually they'll have the news. Okay, who's your broker? Because I use IB's headline news. Is it as maybe 100% as fast as Benzinga Pro? Probably not, but Benzinga Pro is charging you what, $100, $150 a month for that service. But if you have IB, Interactive Brokers, I find that their headline is pretty darn good. So yeah, so those of you in the room who have Ameritrade I see what you're saying. It's not or. I can't comment on those. I can tell you that IB's headline, I mean, they get a lot of stuff from Benzinga. Now, is it exactly like their, the 150 or whatever they charge? Probably not, but it's pretty darn close. So, but I cannot comment on Ameritrade, Schwab, or Fidelity. I'm not a big believer anyway on the instant news. I mean, every now and then it probably can be of benefit, but I'm not a big believer in it. I mean, can you get an edge? I guess, every now. I mean, William, I don't know. Do you still have that service that you used to have? I can't remember what it's called. Okay, so it's a new. I know it's not Benzinga. So before I would, yeah. So what Hall is saying, trade exchange. Okay, so there's one. But it costs. I mean, it costs. What I would do is probably, as Hall is saying, maybe if you've got Fidelity, just check it out. Before you commit money to paying for a service that may or may not be what you really need. Look at this thing going. What is SNTI doing? Look at SNTI going now, guys. All right, guys. Let's see. What was that one I just saw? Now I'm keeping an eye on this SOUN. $100 to make 10. Guys, I'm just concentrating right now on the SOUN to see if it takes out that 440 again. Maybe if I type the symbol in better, it'll show up. SOUN. Kind of see. I mean, if this can take out this 440 level, might have a late day run. SOUN. Just going to stick an alert right there. That won a couple of races and at 440. Maybe. It's funny. Didn't matter here when it got up to 507, but it's funny. I'm clicking on some of these ones that are on the way down. They're just giving me ugly looking charts. Oh, good. It wasn't. Oh, it was shortable. It is shortable. How many shares? Only 15,000 at Interactive Brokers. I guess we're all too busy, Mookie. Larry, it's called Center Point. Okay, Center Point. There were 17,000 at Interactive Brokers. Ha! We have a convert, and his name is Shady. Could be a her, so the person's name is Shady, a convert. I should not assume anything. So what I might do in this Biggest Losers is, put a minimum price on it. Instead of $1, maybe put $10 or something. And this is hilarious. Now we're sharing racing setups. Well, that's the thing, guys. I mean, if you guys, I mean, this is it. I mean, I'm going to experiment with a change in 2 minutes percent. See the ones that are moving the most over the last 2 minutes, things like that. Now he's just rubbing it in. See, Shady was a fast learner. Oh yeah. I've actually been texting him, but he's on a golf course right now, so him, Brad, and Steve Gomez are on the course somewhere in beautiful San Diego area. Whew. All right, guys, I am going to just put the announcement in. I'll be, again, as always, I'll hop on the mic if I have to, and that's okay. Don't worry. I'm just going to take a bit of a break, but I will hop on the mic, excuse me, the mic if I have to. The room will be open until 3:30 PT. Okay, whoops. Carol Owens, PT. So again, I will hop on the mic. If I have any questions, I will hop back on the mic. I'm in. Zach strikes again. And you know what it's funny. Zach really strikes again, guys. And I mean really strikes again. Well, it's funny. There's still 15,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers for the Starry. And I was in at the bid for, I don't know. I was in at 587 or something, and they wouldn't fill me. They wouldn't fill me, and it had nothing to do with the uptake rule. And I thought, what the heck is going on? I kept actually when I didn't get an wow, when I did not get an immediate fill, I thought, oh, okay, I guess they've dried up in terms of the shorts available. But no, they're still. So I was, I also have to say a really bad word, and I was on mute though, so it's okay. Now, I've taken some off though. I have taken some off. So races and banana peel strategy. That's it. That's all you need. Stratton. Oh my God. Excuse me. Is that really you? Stratton? Honest to gosh, is that really you? Oh my goodness. Guys, this is oh wow. I mean, this goes back how many years? 4 or 5 years? Wow. 5 or 6 years, yeah. Wow. Um So guys, bear with me. It's going great, Stratton. It's going great. How about yourself? Just bear with me. This is somebody who was in the room 5 or 6 years ago. Haven't seen him, well, obviously, for 5 or 6 years, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, here he is. Still trading. Well, don't be, as they say, don't be a stranger. So why did you pick today of all days to come in? You miss me? Or just checking to see if I was still around? What? Somebody recommended me on YouTube? Awesome short. I mean, this is just turning into a super short to end this week, guys. If you took this one, I mean, Zach, banana peel area, 590. Hmm. Well, that's nice. Good to know. Somebody's recommending me out there somewhere. Yeah, so we're shorting it, Stratton. So just so you know, we're shorting it. I mean, you see that news on the Rev, right? I mean, that was not this this happened at, I want to see the very first. Oh, first of all, we've got a correction. Okay, so we had a bit of a correction, okay, on June the 16th. So these, oh, Ron Perlman, wow. They remain on the board, but that's not the big deal. I am seeing this that happened at 125. Okay, I mean, that's boring. I mean, if it doesn't remind you of Hertz, I mean, old school company, just getting beaten up, files for Chapter 11, goes to the pinks. I don't know how long Hertz was on the pinks. I'm not saying this is, I'm not saying this is going to be resurrected, but, and also remember this company out of India, and I guess many have been telling me that this is a pretty substantial company in India. Reliance, Reliance Industries. So, I mean, I don't know them at all, but many have been reporting that this is a pretty substantial company. So, yeah, it went to something Q, Stratton, yeah, and emerged and did incredibly well. Perelman, are you talking about Perelman, Zach? Or you're talking about who you like when you say, is that the guy who owns Kingfisher? I'm not sure I know Kingfisher. Oh, you know what? I do know. It's excellent beer. It actually is. We have a curry place nearby, and that's one of they've got two brand. One is Kingfisher. Great beer. Sorry, guys. I know we're way off topic now, but it's Friday afternoon. We have a long weekend coming up. Still got a piece, Zach. Still have a piece of it just to see if it gets down to that 5 level. I mean, that got down to 530. I don't have very much left. I mean, I'm almost ready to pack it in, so I don't have very much left. But just a nice way to end the week. Field goal. FG, what are you doing? Yeah, well, yeah, that didn't happen. The IPO did not happen, obviously. And if it did, they didn't tell me. I didn't get any shares. All right, guys. Okay, I'm going to stick myself back on mute. Again, the room will be open until 3:30. Just before 3:30, I will put the YouTube link in, so you can head over to YouTube if you want and listen to Chris between 3:30 and 4:30. All right, guys, I'm getting set to wrap this up. So first thing I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in. So Chris will be there anytime now. I'll put the YouTube link in. So you can head over there. He'll be there between 3:30 and 4:30 Eastern time, of course. And let me just do a quick check to see if he's there yet. No, not quite. And what time is it right now? So I think I'm going to shut her down now. So thanks for all the help all week long. Remember, it is a holiday on Monday, market holiday on Monday. So the room will open 8 o'clock Tuesday morning. So have a great long weekend, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. Of course, you guys in YouTube can still hear me. And just to put a nice top on the week, that STRY short that Zach, oops, it's TRY, but Zach was talking about has worked out very well. Still have a little bit left just in case it gets down to that 5 level. Took most of it out at around that 550 mark. Ah, look at this. So big, big, big move down now. Another big move. There he is. Hi, Chris. Mr. Varley, I see he has made an appearance. He may not have his mic on.
I do, but I'm having trouble. We're going to get an echo when you speak because for some reason I can't seem to move things over right now to my speaker.
Then I won't speak.
I'm guessing you hear that echo, yes?
No,
Interesting.
I don't hear an echo.
Okay, well then that's great. Let me swap
Okay.
sharing.
Okay. So, Chris, I've been talking about racing all day long, and I'm a convert. So, definitely a convert, complete and utter convert.
Excellent.
Yeah, no kidding. Makes it. I want to patent it. This I want to patent it. I want to call it the hybrid topless alert system, because that's what I'm. That's how I look at it now. You know,
That's
really, it's
something similar to me. I need to get in and do a little more refining with some of these races and try to figure out how to keep them looking at the stocks that haven't pulled back too much. But yeah, I mean, I'm sold.
yeah. No, I'm. Well, you know, it's funny because most of the things I'm just running the race, the biggest gainers from the open,
Mhm.
just a very standard. I've modified it a little bit, you know, increased the volume, things like that. But
Yep.
even, you know, it's showing me it's not just pullbacks. Okay, I mean these are stocks that are still near the high of the day that all of a sudden start running again, and which is what, of course, I love. But I'm also warming up to these little pullbacks that are happening, and yeah, I mean I probably only Chris. I mean I am. I'm very close to, except for maybe having 2 or 3 alert windows open, shutting everything else down.
That's
I
wow.
mean,
That's huge.
yeah,
Don't
exactly.
listen. Let's not tell Dan any of this.
Yeah, no, he'll have that vein that throbs will really go crazy in his forehead. Um, but yeah, no, I mean, I'm definitely. You know what? It's for me. It's almost like it's a new toy. I mean, I know we've had this for 4 or 5 months, but you know, I really haven't paid that much attention to it. And it's funny, it really came to my the forefront for me. Oh, what are we now? Friday? Maybe on Monday or Tuesday, we had some crazy little ones halting at around 11 o'clock Eastern time in the Halls
Mhm.
Resumes. And I did have the race up. I've had it up, just to show people, but I haven't really paid any attention to it. And all of a sudden I see these guys there and I'm thinking, okay, that's kind of interesting. Then I see them again, and then I see them again. And so I think now this is maybe the fourth day now. And I'm just seeing stuff that I really hadn't paid that much attention to before. And I mean, I think I'm sold.
It's one of those things. I was the same as everybody else. I said, I don't get it. And I was like, of all the other things that we should be working on, this is, I just
Hmm.
don't get it, all through the fall. And then I don't know. I saw a couple of different videos and I did that webinar with Andy, helped him out in that. And I started to say, all right, what if I try a couple of different things that nobody else is really doing, or maybe I'm not doing it right? And then all of a sudden, exactly what you're saying, in early January, we had all these stocks that started halting. It was on like the HUSA and
Hmm.
all those low float oil stocks. And I had some of my best day trading days ever catching those. And normally I don't trade things like that, but for some reason it just looked safer to me, or I was reading it better. I can't exactly explain it. And that's been it ever since. And I've messed around and refined some different races, but this one Bollinger Band scan race that I'm running, I mean, it has the one custom, the 1 minute volume in it, but it's just to
Hmm.
make sure the stocks that are in it are active. And since then, I mean, I just, I wait till I don't really look at it much till after 10 o'clock on 3 minute races, and I see what's winning the races the most. And then, today this is, CMRA. This is a little tougher to look at
Yeah,
with
yeah,
all
yeah,
those
yeah.
topping and bottoming tails. But this right here, I caught a nice move in SRKK, and
Oh,
I missed
yeah, that
the
was a
big
great
part of
move.
it, and I missed the
Yeah.
big part of it. I caught what I thought was a nice move, with the 620 entry on it, and I got out at, some of it out at 670, some of it out at 680, and I was like, wow, this is, unbelievable. But here
And,
we
and
are.
it's it and it's not like we can say, well, the market's ripping or anything like that. Yeah, it's up a little bit, but what I was finding really is even a day like yesterday when the market just crashed or whatever you want to call it, it didn't
Yeah.
matter. It didn't really matter. I mean, it's still
Hmm.
finding things that are moving and giving us enough of a move that it makes sense on a percentage basis. So that's what really impressed me. I think it
Yep.
didn't really matter the fact that the market was so down yesterday. It was just finding little gems here and there.
That's exactly it. And like I always said before, with the alert windows, it was, if you don't repeat on, it's just too much for me to comprehend when things are coming through it constantly. And if I do put the don't repeat on, then what happens if I miss the move? Where this, it's
Hmm.
just, what are the 5 or 6 stocks that are on there? Why are they on there? I already know by the filters, this is what I want to be looking at. And now,
Right.
is it really moving? And that's my short and skinny of breaking it down. So
Well, and the other thing too, of course, it's having the right type of top list to launch the race from. I mean
right.
and I think that was my problem before. I really didn't have anything that was that interesting, and so I was getting things that were moving like 0.5%, 2.2, and I'm thinking, oh well, big deal. And I just completely disregarded it. But today I'm seeing things that are, on the percentage anyway. 3,
Mhm.
4, 10, 15. Well, okay, I'll click on that and say, okay, now I see that's basically how to use it. Just look at the ones that are really got those big percentages and focus on them. For me, anyway.
Exactly. Exactly. Now, if we can just get a strong close here,
Yeah. Well,
close out a
doesn't
long
look
weekend on a positive note.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Well, Chris, I'll let you go and have a great long weekend.
You as well,
And
Barry. Thanks
we'll
for
see you
staying and
Tuesday.
chatting. Sounds good. We'll see you then.
Okay. Bye bye.
Take care. So, Barry signing out for the weekend. Much deserved for him. All the time that he puts on the mic, and I never think Barry gets enough credit with how much he does around here, managing the trading room and YouTube. And he's probably one of the number one testers of software, in the sense that Barry is a power user. When something comes out, Barry's using it a ton, and if there's bugs or anything like that, he has to carry on all the same. keeping his screen going for everybody to see and making sure the chats are monitored both on the room side and the YouTube side. So always really good stuff to get a chance to talk with Barry. It was kind of, I don't usually get starstruck, but when I first got this gig here with Trade Ideas, and I was like, I get to work with Barry, like, whoa, it was a very big deal for me getting to work with Barry. I mean, everybody here, Steve and Andy and Jamie and, Dan and everybody, it was a very, very big deal for me. But, Barry, whether he knows it or not, I learned so much from trading from him. So anyways, enough bromancing here. Raj, how are you? Willow? Hal, what's happening? Yep. Barry, yes, I agree. Barry's the best. So anyways, I'm glad that he found a niche with racing. And if nothing else, just, I believe in it as a feature in general for some people that, like myself, that struggled with alert windows. Alert windows were only working for me if I gave it a very narrow pointed set of stocks to look at on the day that I believe might have room to run coming into the day. And aside from that, I always struggled with alert windows. That's all there is to it. Nobody's fault but my own, I suppose, not having a better system or a way to use them. And it was like, I always thought to myself, and I know a lot of users have come in over the year and a half or a little more than I've been here, year and 3/4 that I've been with Trade Ideas now, that come in and have the same kind of mentality. Like, how can I make a top list an alert window without making it an alert window, if that makes sense? And the races did that for me personally. And that's where, that's where that came in for me. So, anyways, nice way to end the weekend with a little chat with Barry there. What is my role here? My role, I do a lot of support. If you come into our live chat on the website during the day, you're getting me most of the time. Also, I do some behind the scenes stuff on support, such as, when people are having trouble with Brokerage Plus, why isn't my trade firing, or why am I not showing connected, and things like that. I read a lot of support files and things like that. So I ask people to send their files to support to me and take care of things on that end in that sense. And then, I do some different stuff with marketing. I mean, you'll see me posting stuff on Twitter. I helped out a little bit with the YouTube channel. I'm obviously behind the scenes testing software and things of that nature. And then, I do these sessions here at 3:30 every day. I do the noon one on Mondays. So, a few different hats that I wear around here. Yeah, I know there's a bunch of stuff that just came in. Wasn't a roll there. Appreciate all you do. Oh, thanks, John. I just try to do for this room what I feel like was done for me, the best that I can, anyways. I'm not reinventing the wheel here. A lot of what I do is just parroted from what I've heard and learned over the years from the folks here that have been long time part of the team. So I appreciate that, John. What does this mean? Early MOC imbalance, sell side. It's a market. How do I describe this? Because I don't fully understand all that market structuring myself. But it's essentially an imbalanced order to one side or the other. That's going to be a sell one, essentially. Let me see if I can pull up a better explanation. Let me see if I can find my mouse first. That'll probably help. So it's essentially it's more people trying to buy than sell the stock, and we call that an imbalance, or sell the stock instead of buy the stock. So that's where it comes as sell imbalance, and it'll be that's how many shares are in that side of it. So the idea is that if there's more sellers than buyers, it's going to push the stock price lower. Vice versa, if there's more buyers than sellers, it's going to push the stock price higher. There's a switch. How do I describe it? It's like a switch within the NYSE that triggers when this happens, essentially, and sends out this alert. And we have a data point for it on level 1, essentially. That's what that means. That's the most simplistic way I can explain it. Good to know that, Raj, that you're finding some value in the races. Listen, it took me. I think the races came in, I want to say September of 2021. And so September, October, November, December, I was looking at it like, I don't know. I don't know. I just don't get it. That's all there was to it. And then all of a sudden it slowly started clicking for me, and then bang, as they say, slowly, and then all at once, as the saying goes. And yeah, there are definitely some good traders in there. One person that gave me some hard lectures a few times was Real, because I would share like, oh, I entered this trade or whatever, and he already knew that I was like very new and learning, and he's like, what's your stop? And I was like, he's like, you fool, not being mean, but also being stern, like, how you cannot enter a trade without a stop. If you don't have a stop when you're entering the trade, do not enter the trade. There was a hard habit for me to develop. A lot of times I did have a stop. Well, I won't say it was a lot, but there were times I had a stop. There were times I didn't have a stop, and it always seemed to work out. The worst trades that I ever made when I didn't have a stop in mind, because all of a sudden it became trying to figure out a plan while I was in it. And it's like, you don't figure out your fight strategy when you're in the fight. You figure out that fight strategy before the fight happens, whatever that fight may be. You're fighting to climb the mountain. You're fighting to go across the monkey bars as a kid. Whatever it is in life, whatever that battle is. Well, this is our trading battle, essentially. Stocks Unhinged. Sorry, I was trying to catch up on all the other comments above. Thank you. Yeah, that's a really simple way to explain it. Perfect. Appreciate that. So HAIDA. I'm gonna go with Haida. If I'm butchering your name, please forgive me. I would suspect your issue with the races is this: you're not on an updated version of Trade Ideas. So do me this favor. I want you to go to Help, go to About, and see what version you're on. And if you are not on 5.5.69 or higher, that's what your issue is going to be. So let me know there. Let's make that our first step to them not loading. Yeah, I'll be honest. I never much looked at the imbalances. I know they're very popular amongst some. It was just never my cup of tea. So I'm trying to figure out here what I'm doing with YYM. I keep mentioning China. I took a shot at it today. It seems to be running out of gas here at this level. I'm not sure if I'm feeling taking that risk home, but I also know, they could easily make some moves up, in that $10 levels kind of call in here. I also don't feel like coming back in Tuesday morning and seeing it's gapping down to $8 either, because you just never know what's going to happen on these wacky weekends over the last few years. Some decisions to make here. I did truly intend it to be a swing trade, but I also did truly think it would have a little more mustard on it coming through there. So with that said, just see. If it starts to slip, I'll close it right away. Other than that, a little bit of excitement for me here today. I took a trade in SRRK. I thought it was a lovely trade, and then it really took off on me. We started getting the sideways action here. I just said, we're looking good on this. And I started slowly selling some shares. And then, of course, about 3 minutes after I closed out the trade, that happened. But, you can't knock a gift horse in the mouth. So that was an all right trade. And then I blew it on AKRO. Unfortunately, I was watching it here, and I took the SRRK, and I decided that would be it for me. On a 15-minute chart, it looks a little nicer. On the 5-minute chart, these topping tails, really had me saying, I just don't know if I feel like taking that battle today. So again, Haida, if you can tell me what version of the software you're on by going to help and about, that would really help here expedite what we need to do on that next step. I see Rev on the race a few times here, but I never saw it earlier in the day. So, all right, so probably popped on somewhere in here, 380-ish, 385. It probably started making some name known. And like, wow, that's actually, yeah, great pop. Almost, we'll say 80 cents ish, give or take. Nice move. Great percent move. YYM or YMM getting a little wonky here on me on the close, so that might be it. No, it wasn't really the start of the day. I got it. I took that somewhere in here, actually, on this candle here. So it was 11:15 or later. It was in between 11:15 and 11:30 when I took it. I took that. Yeah, I took that somewhere in here. 11:25 maybe I took it. So, it was coming up on the precipice of when I won't take a trade anymore. 5.5.82. Okay, that makes no sense, and you can't load it. Let's try this again here. File. Whoa. There we go, YYM. Come on. Close it strong for me. Volume coming in. File. Load from cloud. Share. Copy. Okay. Paste. All right, try to load that now. If anybody else wants to try to load it, and just let me know that loaded. That should load right there. And that's essentially what I have for races. All right, let me know if that loaded. jolt in volume there. Let's see. Is that jolt in volume? Are we going to be able to get through? All right, while I wait for that to come in, working on it. Okay, Chris is the one used for SRRK. That one that's above that I shared, that should have found SRRK. It's similar to the Bollinger Band scan that I use here, but this has a custom in it that I put. But it should have, the one that I shared should absolutely have found that, because it was breaking the upper 15-minute Bollinger Band a lot. Okay, no worries. Just let me know when that happens. So there's that. Sorry, got all these messages coming in. Okay, he's working on it. Looks like, bring my compare count windows over. Looks like we've got a battle going on between buyers and sellers. For now, looks like the market's headed to a lower close and a negative close on the day, and obviously negative on the week. We'll see what happens here in the next minute or two. My friend the K-Web. So up again for today. We're continuing to hold this trend. Like I said, I don't want to see a close. I don't want to see a close below this level. A close below that level will break what I'm hoping is going to happen and give a bull market somewhere else for us to watch. And what I'm hoping happens is we have that low in, and then we have a higher low. And then what I'm hoping is another higher low here. And we can couple that with this high and this high as higher highs. If we can take out this high here, 3 higher lows, then 3 higher highs, that starts to confirm a trend change for us. All right, it is working. All right, perfect. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. We got you set up. So that's what I'm hoping for here with the K-Web. We'll see, we'll see what happens. And, and anybody that knows me well knows how much I have picked on and beat up on the K-Web for so very long. But like I said, China ain't going nowhere. REI, hedge on oil to protect pricing with insider buying and being added to the Russell 3000, which fundamentals are good. By a chart should or could start moving back, which funds will notice. Yeah, I mean, a couple of days ago I said I feel like the winds have changed on oil, especially with the government talking about getting involved with all of it. And once the government starts getting involved in something, I don't want to touch it. So for now, I'm backing away from any energy stocks. And the chart confirms what I felt the other day. When we saw this happen a couple of days ago, I said, the White House is, blabbing their mouth, senators are blabbing their mouth. And, one of the biggest things I think in life is if you want something to be as screwed up as possible, make sure the government gets involved with it. So for now, I'm going to hold off on anything with energy. This is going to be a huge floor here. If that breaks, it's good night, Gracie, for energy. If this holds, then perhaps we can ride it back up. But like I said, as long as there's anybody involved in the government that wants to run their mouth about energy, I want nothing to do with energy stocks. My custom is 1 minute volume percent. And so I had used that and put a 25 in there for the race that I'm using. The race that I shared with you is using a 5 minute volume percent with just a little value in it. That's all. Just a little value in it. That's all that I put in there, just to make sure the stock is moving. So that's kind of what I've done there. So, and that's just so I can be clear about my government comments there. That is no, comment on whether I like one side or the other. I'm red or blue. I'm conservative. I'm liberal. I'm whatever. I'm for making money. That's what I'm for. Everything else is noise. Everything else is garbage to me. I don't care. I don't care what people believe or think or anything like that. I personally think everybody should leave all that stuff in the voting booth. I don't need to see it on social media. I don't need to post it on social media. Opposing views is what's supposed to create debate, which creates great thought and great innovation. So everything else is garbage. But what I do know is Mark Twain said it best: politicians and all politicians are like diapers. And that's it. They're all full of what and should be changed as often as possible. And that's all there is to it. So anywho, with that said, looks like the SPY is headed lower. Come on, K-Web. Let's see higher close for you. Rooting for China now. All right, forgive me. I had to mute myself for one moment there. Had something going on here. Is it 25? 25 is for a minimum. That's what I use. 25 for a minimum. Do you think we're heading into a recession? I think we've been in a recession. I think parts of the country have been in a recession since late January. And the definition of a recession is two quarters of negative growth. We had negative growth in the first quarter, and I think we're only days away from reporting negative growth. I think we're, getting, a few days away from getting a report of negative growth 2 quarters in a row, essentially. So, that's what I think. I just, when you think about it logically, with what happened, shutting down the entire world, the country, some countries obviously shutting down more than others and all that stuff. You can't do that. It's just as simple as that. You can't do that and expect there not to become a big issue. That's all there is to it. We can only print our way out of whatever. And, history is the greatest teacher of all. Look at every single civilization in history that's ever just decided to quote unquote print money and what happened to them afterwards. I'm sorry, MMT doesn't work. And there's always going to be winners and losers in society. There's always going to be the people that have more than other people. It is what it is. Is the system perfect? No. Is it better than it was 100 years ago? Yes. Was it better 100 years ago than it was 100 years before that? Yes. Should it be better? Absolutely, it should be better. Can we do better? Absolutely, we can. Unfortunately, there are things within the system that still need to be fixed and all that, but those are all conversations for another time. So anyways, with that said, those are just my personal opinions. Yeah, that's the thing with, Michael Anthony. That's why I'm a trader. When it comes to investing, I'm looking at years. When it comes to trading, I'm looking at minutes and days. And if I'm up in a position, I'm taking the money and walking away, and I can always revisit that position later. But if that position doesn't come back and I didn't take the money, that money is lost forever. Yeah, it was a very difficult thing. And, there were people that weren't allowed to go to work, but, so you had to do something to help them. I just think it could have been done better. That's my personal opinion, but that's, we could debate those things forever and ever and ever. So with all that said, we are where we are, and there's no changing any of that. There's no going back on any of that. So, I just hope that it's as short of a recession as possible. It's as painless of a recession as possible, things like that. There's nobody as, aside from, your ultra wealthy and things like that, there's very few people that are quote unquote recession proof. So, it is what it is. See if I can get a bid here for a couple of shares. Reduce my risk into the weekend. Yeah, Andy and I are on the same page with that one. Andy and I are definitely on the same page with that one. But it's a credit to Andy in the sense of how many webinars I attended over the years. Even though they do it now every other Thursday, it's every other week it's Tuesday, Thursday, then the next week is Monday, Wednesday. They used to do the webinars all week long, and so I've been to so many trading studios with Andy. I mean, an insane amount of trading studios with Andy. And same thing for Steve on Tuesdays and Jamie on Mondays. My restaurant schedule when I was working at the restaurant still didn't allow me to attend very many Q&As with Dan and Brad, unfortunately. So I didn't get as much in with them as I would have liked, but definitely enough. Yeah, I don't have any reason. I try not to come with reasons on things like that, Michael Anthony. All I know is that I could feel it in the charts. That's what the chart said to me. It said to me, look out below energy, and it has confirmed what I thought. What races do I like other than Bollinger Band? That's kind of it, but I use this one here a lot. I'll share two other ones with you that I've used a fair amount, but mostly I'm focused on the Bollinger Bands at this point. Let me find those for you. Yeah. Let me make sure that this race is what I think it is. I want to share the wrong ones. Give me a second here. Configure. 1 second here, please. Sorry. I'm being a pain in my neck. My Amazon workspace is fighting with me. All right, here we go. Oh, of course, I lost everything. Well, then, that's fun. Okay, well, give me one moment to reload my layout while I put this all together again. All right, so let me first share this race here. And bear with me while I fix my mess. It says gap up. It's going to say gap up 1 minute volume, but I think I changed the race and never renamed it because I didn't like the way the 1 minute volume was working on it. So I took the 1 minute volume out. So here's going to be that as soon as I get this going here. So there's that. And then a moment here so I can reload my layout. Unfortunately, I'll lose all my data from the day. Actually, I really don't need it. File, load layout, default layout. All right, we're back. I think. All right. So there's that. So that's one race, and here's a second race. Rel volume. Rel volume 5 minute VWAP. Okay. Share. Copy. Paste. All right. So Hal, those are the three main races that I focus on. The other races are they're just there. I don't, they're not really doing anything. It's just taking up screen space at this point. So there's that. Michael Anthony. I don't think he works in the intersector, might. Perfect Circle at the moment, I'm paying nothing because this was a AWS account we have already. It was actually originally going to be for Barry for something, but Barry ended up not using it. Michael gave it to me, but I have to fix something on it because something's really broke with it. But I gotta, there's nothing's ever straightforward, it seems these days for me. But the task manager on this thing, I'll show you real quick what I'm running against. I'm actually running with a real issue right now. If I bring this over here on my task manager, you can see 90 CPU and 90 memory, and all that's running is Trade Ideas, Trader Workstation, and Epic Pen. That's literally it. Everything else has to do with running Amazon Workstation. And if I start clicking around at all, like I'm clicking things on another screen that's Trade Ideas related, watch my CPU usage goes through the roof. Like it's maxed out. So we don't know if it's something that happened to my Trade Ideas because of all the testing that I do and some other stuff behind the scenes, if it's the Amazon Workstation itself or a combination of the two. So right now I'm not paying anything. I would say that, sorry, moving things around still from my layout shutdown. Bear with me. I would say that Windows 365 is probably a better option overall. It's more simple, I think, once you're into it. But I haven't personally tested that. Let me find if I can find the video for it that Stephanie did. She had a really great video on it. Wow, 413 already. So here's this video that Stephanie did on Windows 365, but she's afraid that, the base system in it might not be enough to run Trade Ideas for whatever that's worth. Oh yeah, we're happy here at Trade Ideas. If we have a scan that we have built outside of Holly, that doesn't count. We're more than happy to share any scan that I've ever had or built or anything like that. I'm more than happy to share it with anybody anytime. I have no secret special scan. I mean, I like my scans. I think they're special, but that's just my personal thing. The same goes with Andy or Steve or Jamie. Any of that stuff. So the other thing, Perfect Circle is, look at Parallels instead, because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Parallels is just that one-time purchase, right? If I'm not mistaken, perhaps I'm misinformed. And then that's it. The thing with having a cloud system is that it completely offloads that work. So everything else, like my Slack that I'm doing right, that I'm using for chatting and stuff like that, that's on the Mac. My streaming right now is through the Mac. Some other troubleshooting programs that I'm working are through the Mac. All my email, if I want to listen to music, all that, my noise canceling for the microphone is on the Mac. All that stuff is on the Mac side. And I've just completely unloaded, I've unloaded Trade Ideas and Trader Workstation onto the cloud, essentially, onto this Workstation cloud. What has to be done to get a race to run through extended hours? They should just run extended hours as long as their stocks that meet the filters, essentially. So, Hal, what I would suggest to you is look at the filters and what you're trying to find. I think something that's very important to note for anybody is building scans outside of regular hours is very different than building scans inside of regular hours. So, for example, outside of regular hours, you don't want to look at relative volume, because relative volume, it makes more sense to look at it in the regular trading hours. Most stocks don't trade outside of regular hours. It's only going to be those quote unquote alpha stocks in that time. So relative volume just doesn't make sense in that regard. but 1 minute volume, something like that, change in post market, shares traded in the post market, up the most in the post market. Those are going to be filters you're going to want to base on, whether you're giving the filters value or you're sorting on those filters. Those are the things and the directions that I would send you, like that. You want to stay away from things like, change from the open or change from the close, I think, because what if something didn't hardly trade at all during the regular session, and all of a sudden, for some reason, in the post market, it starts to go bananas? You don't want to filter too many regular session things because it'll hinder you from seeing what you're trying to see, essentially. So RYTM, this is a great example. This was on a lot of my races today. And where the heck is my Epic pen? Oh, where could you be? There you are. All right, so this thing, moving sideways, had a nice, initial move on the day, and it's moving sideways and banging its head, banging its head, banging its head. And I was looking and I said, things cleared some resistance. This thing could do a little march up this cliff up here, right? Looking left. But it's banging its head and it's banging its head and it's banging its head and it's banging its head. And so I set the price alert, and it just never was able to really get through that price alert. And I lost track of it for the rest of the day as it never got through that price alert, right? So that's, twofold way. It was on the races a whole bunch in the first half an hour, but it just couldn't make that move. And that's why chasing these things early in the day is it's risky. That's all there is to it. Really, really risky. Stock race goes down. Stock goes down for 5 days and then start reversing. Is there a scan to cover this? Well, you could use consecutive days, and then because consecutive days is only going to look at past days, and then look at up for today, for example. Jamie, yeah, my pleasure. My pleasure to help. It was a simple find for those couple of items. That's what I'm here for. Always here, all about the community kind of stuff here. Yeah, of course, Hal. And the races that I have, I don't know that they're really set up for after hours. I mean, DZSL, so that looks like, or DZSI, I'm sorry, I thought it was an L. It's had this massive move here at the end of the day, and look at all that volume. That's crazy. But I don't have post market up, but let's take a look in the post market. Show post market. So yeah, it's had a little bit of a whipsaw here in the post market, but we can see now the volume's finally dried up here at this point. We could see, the 5-minute volume. There's still a little 5-minute and 15-minute volume left, but the 1-minute volume is completely dried up. Let's see, SWVL. SWV was banned in the 90s for those that were around back in the early 90s. And we can see this thing did a big whip move here, and volume's basically dried up out of it again. So, Doug made this one move, and that's it. PMT made this move, and that's it. So I think especially it's a long weekend, you're not going to probably find a whole lot of post-market action as it is. Same thing here, VTYX. Oh, no worries on the caps. I will help you. That'll be the last thing we do. We're gonna build something real fast together. Let me just catch up here on the last couple of comments. I'll walk you through it, and then you'll see it, and I'll share something out. Good to know, Willow. I'm curious about our competition. I'm curious what TrendSpider does and all that for education and their content. Unfortunately, they kick our butts on, with likes and followers on Twitter and other social media. Not sure, how we get around that one. But a lot of times I've always said, focus on what you're doing. Don't focus on what everybody else is doing. You're doing the right things. You're out there helping people. That stuff will come in its time. So let's see, new alert window. Let's bring this over here. All right, and let's go search and let's go consecutive. The goal is like setting, you want to see a stock did a certain amount of percent or something like that. A certain amount of percent up over time period or things like that. Versus in the race, you're just going for time. What's the we're ending the race on time versus ending the race. This first stock that makes a 3% move wins the race. So the first stock that pulls back this way, or the first stock that has, the highest relative volume or something like that. Those are the kind of things for goal versus time. We're just running the race for this amount of time. And at the end, whoever has moved the most over whatever we decided to race on, whether it's relative volume or whatever else, that's the way that means. That's what that works as. So consecutive, CONSECUTI. All right, so we have consecutive days here, right? And just so we always make sure we know what we're doing, if we go to help, and here we go, consecutive days. These filters are based on the number of days in a row stock has closed up for the day or down. This analysis is based completely on the closing price of the stock on the daily chart. So it starts with the close of the previous trading day and works backwards from there. Negative numbers represent down days. Stock closed yesterday afternoon, blah, 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 blah. All right, and give you some examples. So we know that we're looking at consecutive days coming into today, right? So let's add that filter. All right, window specific filter. And you said, let me go back. Got to hit the way back machine. Stock goes down for 5 days. All right, so let's use the show me button here, and we want to see a minimum -5. So show me stocks where the stock was. Nope, sorry, I did that wrong. See, this is why I do the show me. We want a -5 here, -5. Show me stocks where the stock was down at least 5 days in a row. Okay, so bang, we've got that part of the scan done. Hide unused. Now let's see, we want to be up from the close. So let's put a 0 there. All right. And that's really going to be it. Now we just define other parameters. So we can call it, let's say $4 to $100. And let's give it a minimum volume amount. Let's say 225,000, 250,000 shares traded on the day. I don't know if there's anything else we want to see here today. Search. Let's get rid of this. Delete. I don't think we want to mess with moving averages or anything like that because we're already looking at stuff that we know is probably going to be under some moving averages, right? And then let's select a couple of different alerts. Let's do this, actually. Let's put a breaking resistance. Let's throw a new high alert in there too, or crossed above resistance. And, if you got another filter you want to throw in here, throw it at me. I'm kind of spitballing here in the last couple minutes before I wrap up. All these alerts, all these wonderful alerts, but we don't need one right now. Price, we took care of that. I don't think bid size ask any of that stuff. Maybe throw a 15-minute volume. Let's add that filter for fun. Let's give it a 200 value. I don't know. That's good for now. All right. So we'll say, let's call it down 5 days, up today. All right. And we're going to right click. We're going to save or share to cloud. We're going to save and share it. I'm going to drop the link, and you are all that decide to take this scan going to save it to your cloud immediately. Paste. Good to go. And let's see. Let's look at today's history. This will be the last exercise we do here for the day. Good amount of data in here. So, all right, let's start looking at Verizon. That's not Verizon. Oh, it is Verizon. Thought it was. Let's get rid of this post market there. All right, so here we go. Verizon. Let's count them out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because even though yesterday's a green day, it's a down day because it was below that day, and we were up today. So there's Verizon, makes that alert. All right. Mas. All right, so it was down all those days in a row. When it got the alert early in the morning, it was up. It was above yesterday. All right. Didn't hold it though, unfortunately. AT&T, they're a big dividend play. So again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up today. Lennar, we must be getting smoked right now. Oh yeah. There we go again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and up today. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and up today. All right. So we definitely know we've got it. We've got it working. It's finding what we want. Now, refining that scan a little more is the next step for anybody that wants to take that and go. So, all right, folks, that's going to do it. It's going to wrap up this week. We head into a long weekend. I'll end with all the usual stuff. Everybody's got an agenda. My agenda is to get the whole world subscribing to Trade Ideas. It only works, though, if you folks are successful traders. And while we can't tell you what to buy, sell, hold, or how to manage a trade or anything, we can tell you you must have a plan. If you don't have a plan, you cannot enter a trade. I mean, you can, but it's, a fool's errand at that point. And that plan includes, the number one thing that includes is how much am I willing to risk and what is my out if this trade goes wrong? That should be the first thing, because traders, we're really risk managers. That's what we are. We're risk managers. All right. So please keep that in mind. And if you really don't have a plan, if you're really getting in, you're really consistently getting into trades without a stop loss in mind, without a reasoning behind that stop loss, you're only kidding yourself. It's only a matter of time before you blow up your account. And, it's not meant to be harsh, any of this. It's what happened, I've been there. A lot of other people have been there. A lot of people tease you're not a real trader till you blow up account. I don't believe in that at all. I don't think everybody needs a blow up account to be quote unquote a real trader. I think that's nonsense. I think logic and reason dictate all. And that's what the charts give us, is logic and reason to a degree. You're going to find charts that have no logic and reason in them, the way they spike. But all we need to know is the logic and reason is that more buyers equals stock going up, more sellers equals stock going down. And that's the logic and reasoning behind the chart. So all the other stuff is, it's taking care of yourself. Get up, walk away from that desk when you have to. Don't revenge trade. Don't angry trade. Don't sad trade. If you can't, it's not about controlling your emotions. It's about managing your emotions and recognizing them and playing to your strengths in them. There's some days maybe you're not going to be able to manage them. And maybe that's a day you just don't make a trade that day. Keep that stuff in mind. All the other important stuff. Do some kind of journaling. Journal your trades, journal your thoughts, journal your week, your day, your month, whatever it is. Whether it's written, typed out on a voice recorder, anything like that. All the important stuff. Keep your head straight. Can't do any of this. You can't be any use to anybody if you can't keep your head straight. Get out, walk, get some sunshine, fresh air, all those things like that. So, all right, folks, I thank you all very, very kindly. Please, wherever you are, enjoy that 3-day weekend the best that you can, especially 3-day weekend. Get some unplugged time from everything. It's really good. Anybody that's training for anything will tell you, you can't swim every day and get better. You got to rest those muscles. You got to rest your brain. All right. All that good stuff like that. All right. Enjoy, folks. Have a great, great weekend. And we will see you Tuesday on Turnaround Tuesday, where anything can happen. Take care. Bye-bye.